Good evening, Rockville. Today is August 4th, 2025, and we're having a virtual meeting today. We're convening meeting number 20-25. Please join me as you're able in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God.
Nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Welcome. So we have one proclamation this month, and it's a very important one for our 42nd annual National Night Out. I want to give a huge kudos to Rockville City Police Department, our city staff, as well as the more than 25 communities all across Rockville who are planning events to bring people together, let neighbors get to know each other, get together after work and after summer activities, and just get to know each other a little better. With that, I will read the proclamation for National Night Out. Whereas the National Association of Town Watch is sponsoring a unique nationwide crime and drug prevention program on August 5th, 2025 called National Night Out. And whereas the 42nd annual National Night Out provides a unique opportunity for Rockville residents to join forces with thousands of other communities all across the country to promote cooperative police, community, crime, and drug prevention efforts. And whereas the residents of Rockville communities play a vital role in assisting the Rockville City Police Department through joint crime, drug, and violence prevention efforts in the city and are supporting National Night Out 2025 locally. Now, therefore, the Mayor and Council of Rockville do hereby proclaim August 5th, 2025 as National Night Out and urge the entire Rockville community to be a part of this special event or participate in the fight against crime and drugs. Do we have a motion? Councilmember Valeri?
Madam Mayor, I move the proclamation.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
I second the proclamation.
Councilmember Jackson seconds. Thank you all for participating. We will see you out tomorrow. There are activities starting at 4:30 p.m. and running all through the evening. And please wave. I think McGruff will be in your community soon. All right. Now we'll move on to agenda review.
Madam Mayor and council members, there was one change to the agenda for today, 9C, to reflect the change to Rockville Commission on Aging. That was the agenda that has been reposted and online.
Excellent. Thank you very much. We'll now move to the city manager's report. Welcome, Mr. Mihalik.
Mayor Ashton, members of City Council, good evening. Summer's wrapping up really well. There's a lot of great things to report to you, but I'll just highlight 3 of them tonight. First, I want to do a shout out to our Department of Housing and Community Development and their linkages to learning program. Part of that initiative is their 6th grader readiness camp. I've worked all over the country, as you guys know, but this is a best practice program where we're actually taking 5th graders that are about to transition into middle school, which can be traumatic for those kids. And we're there in a camp, really to learn some both physical, mental, and emotional skills to make that important transition. So we've had really great attendance. And in fact, we've had a 30% increase in participation in the program. So that's really great for youth in our area. Second, I want to mention about the great opportunity for a number of kids in our tennis program. We have a diverse group of 24 residents, again, 24, ages 8 to 15, that get to not only attend the US Open in New York, but they actually get to go on the court itself just before the first match, and they get to do a bunch of skills assessment. I don't know about you guys if you're tennis players, but I mean, if you're a baseball player, you go to Fenway Park. If you're a football player, of course, you're going to go to Lambeau Field. But if you're a tennis player, you're going to go to the U.S. Open. So we're really excited for those kids, and it's a fantastic opportunity for them to go up there and kind of hope for their dreams in that amazing venue. And lastly, I have great news about some money flowing into the city. We're going to receive a $24,000 grant from the Maryland State Arts Council to support our ballet, concert band, chorus, and the Glenview Mansion Art Gallery. So all good news to report, Mayor. Thank you so much.
That's fantastic. And you may not see it all because it's happening in different parts of the city, but there's lots of park improvement activities going on. I know we all celebrated the opening of the swim pool and its fantastic slides, but throughout the city, there are at least 5 or 6 parks that are getting upgraded. So thank you to the entire team for all the work. Councilmember Valeri, and I'm going to go back to, I see Chief West is on, so I'd like him to say a few words about National Night Out. Did you have a question about the city manager's report?
I did. I actually had a slight correction to the city manager's report, and that is around here, most kids will want to go to RFK Stadium, which will be coming back in full force, not Lambeau Field. So I appreciate a little bit of homerism, but I'm going to throw the homerism on back.
Just in time for summer fun. I wanted to circle back to Chief West to say a few words about National Night Out, and we did a second, and let's just make it official. All those in favor of approving that proclamation, say aye. It is unanimous. Thank you very much. Chief West, thank you to your entire team for planning National Night Out with our neighborhood community members. Please feel free to say a few words.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, council members. The Rockville Police Department prepares for National Night Out all throughout the year. Our staff work very hard. We have over 25 community events all throughout the city. Most communities across the country do one large event. We like the fact that we do many events across the community and the city. It gives us an opportunity to go out and engage with everyone. We go out, we talk to our community members, they learn about our police officers. It's very important to us that they know who's providing police service in their city. So we look forward to it, and we look forward to seeing everyone tomorrow night. Thanks.
Thank you. And Tal McGruff, we said thank you as well. Okay, we'll now move on to boards and commissions, appointments and reappointments. We have 3 for the evening for the Community Policing Advisory Board, the Cultural Arts Commission, and Rockville Sister City. Who would like to start with motions for approval? All right, I'm going to call on people. Councilmember Jackson.
I was going to say,
All right, fine.
it's all Councilmember Jackson. I'm still opening up my agenda.
No worries. Go
All
for it, Councilmember
Thank,
Jackson.
thank you, Mayor. I move to change Eddie Friedman from an alternate member to a full member of the Community Policing Advisory Board to serve an expired term until February 1st, 2027.
Excellent.
Second.
Fulton seconds. All those in favor, please raise your hand and say aye.
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 Excellent. Thank you very much, Mr. Friedman.
We can go on. I'm on a roll, so I feel comfortable.
Go for it. Go
all
for
right.
it.
I can do the next one though, Councilmember Jackson.
If you want to, then
I have
go
no-
right
All
ahead.
right, Councilmember Valeri,
You
go
don't-
for it.
You don't mind? I move to reappoint Francis Bebbington to the Cultural Arts Commission, a reappointment to serve a full 3-year term until July 1st, 2028.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, all those in favor, please raise your hand. Say aye. Ken?
Aye.
All right. Next is Rockville Sister Cities.
I believe that Councilmember Van Grack is on, but I'm not sure he can speak right now. So,
We'll test it out, and if not, we'll kick it back to you.
all right.
Councilman Van Grack. All right. Councilmember Jackson, we'll kick it back to you.
All right. I move the reappointment of David Hill to serve a 3-year term fully until July 1st, 2028, the Rockville Sister Cities.
Excellent. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, Councilmember Fulton
Second.
seconds. All those in favor, please raise your up. We'll give it to you, Councilmember Van Grack. Is that okay, Councilmember Fulton? He's the liaison. All right. All those in favor, please raise your hand and say aye. I know it took some
Aye.
time to get off mute. All right, and then I'm just going to also request that IT reach out to Councilmember Miles. He is trying to get on as well. Thank you, everyone, for your patience as we are connecting from different locations today. All right, so now we'll be moving on to community forum. I know that we have one person signed up for today, but we received several written comments. Please address the mayor and council in a civil, courteous manner. Be respectful to others. You'll be allowed 3 minutes, and we ask that you stick to it. We don't have a time clock in front of you today, but we will watch the time, and hopefully you will as well. I'm going to welcome our first person. Our only person for today is Mark Priscilla. Welcome. Just making sure that Sarah Taylor Farrell, if someone can make sure he's off mute and see if he's on.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I can hear you, yes.
Great, thank you. So you get a 3-minute community forum instead of a 3-hour community forum. So Madam Mayor and council members, on September 29th, you will have a working session for the King Farm Farmstead Master Plan. Adoption of this master plan is scheduled for October 13th. That is a very quick turnaround, and there are so many questions that remain to be answered. In the agenda packet for September 29, ask that city staff address the following questions. You can do this under old new business. 1, once again, I urge you to instruct city staff to include a price for option 1 in addition to option 4. You need to know the price difference between the lowest cost and highest cost options. 2, Rockville already has 2 full-use kitchens, one at the senior center and one at the mansion. Staff should include a discussion of the role of a 3rd kitchen. City staff should also include data on the use of the 2 existing kitchens and what they think the usage would be of a King Farm kitchen. 3, any so-called hall in the dairy barns would be, to say the least, a tight and awkward fit. Ask city staff to give an indication of size and capacity. 4, if a theater-style hall is in the plans, ask city staff how this facility would compete with or complement other Rockville and other nearby offerings. Ask for a projection of usage. For items 3 and 4, ask city staff to give you a tour of the dairy barns and explain how these would fit. What internal restructuring would be needed? 5, require city staff to include projected uses for the east lawn, east of the dairy barns, and possible uses of the courtyard between the dairy barns. 6, in the agenda item, you need a complete discussion of the historic preservation law and its application to the farmstead. This includes the obligation of the city to preserve and restore all historic buildings. You also need to know about the application of the demolition by neglect part of the zoning ordinance and how it applies to the farm buildings, especially the horse barn. 7, for your chosen option 4, please ask city staff for projected usage of the dedicated spaces. How much use will they get? 8, the master plan should come with an overall projected cost for the entire farmstead. What would the plan be to achieve the full build out? 9, it's going to be expensive. Should the city be considering private partnerships, including for fit out? The work done so far, including the parking lot, the dairy barns, and the utilities, are fundamentally enabling, and the city might be able to attract investment that it could not attract before. 10, the agenda item should include a discussion of the role of the Historic District Commission. Finally, ask city staff to post the agenda item for the King Farm Farmstead at least 2 weeks before the September 29 meeting to give the interested public time to review and research the answers to the questions. Madam Mayor and council members, that's it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your feedback. Now we'll be moving on to a special presentation, Results Rockville Update. I believe our city manager and Mr. Gottesman will be joining us to discuss this. Welcome.
That is correct. Can everybody hear me?
We can.
Terrific, thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council, Rockville staff, and members of the public in attendance. This special presentation is the next step following our time together at the March 3rd work session, when we introduced the Results Rockville framework for citywide performance management and reporting on the status of city initiatives. The framework was in response to dual identified needs. First, an acute need to better monitor and report on the progress we are making on the broad range of work done by the city for our residents. And second, a bigger picture ask from this body to modernize our systems as they relate to overall government operations. On March 3rd, we spoke about the Invisio tool that we have adopted as a way to support transparency and accountability, facilitate collaboration, and ensure continuity of operations. We shared that a key next step in this journey was to develop public-facing dashboards to convey the various plans in place and the work that is happening to move those plans to completion. This evening, we are pleased to share with you a brief introduction to the first 5 of these dashboards that will release tomorrow on the city's website. I especially want to recognize that these dashboards could not have come to life without your support and the support of the city manager, the time and effort of dozens and dozens of city staff who don't just do the work, but are taking the time to regularly record their progress in the system. And I must also recognize Zarina Davletova, our terrific graduate student from Carnegie Mellon University's Hines College of Information Systems and Public Policy, who has been spending this summer working with us to build out these dashboards, and also great assistance from the team at Invisio. So without further ado, the dashboards set to go public tomorrow are the following: the Mayor and Council initiatives, which involve all city departments; Fast Phase 2 under CPDS; housing strategies under HCD plus collaboration from CPDS; the Vision Zero Action Plan under DPW; and the Climate Action Plan, which is also under DPW, but I'll note that this dashboard is not brand new, though it can now be accessed under the new landing page on the city's website that you will now see. Just give me a moment to share my screen. Please, somebody let me know that you can see it. I see a thumbs up. Great. Okay. So this is the Results Rockville landing page. It can be found under the city projects, or will be able to be found rather, under the city projects section of the website. And it contains, after a brief explanation about what it is, it contains prominent tiles that the user will click to find each dashboard. On each dashboard, we've made efforts to have intuitive navigation, avoid government jargon, meaning we'll spell out acronyms and anything that might confuse a visitor to the site, display a legend prominently, and have a search function and a Google Translate function on each. So starting on the landing page, we'll do a quick tour. Let's click Mayor and Council Initiatives. So you will see under the banner a brief explanation about what it is. You'll note in a moment that there's 2 ways to navigate, which I'll show momentarily. You'll see the legend for the dashboard. You will see the overall status and state of progress of the entire plan or the collective plan, and then tiles for each of your 5 guiding principles. And under each tile, you can see the percentage of each action of the action items in this kind of status bar under each photo. So for example, let's click into the stewardship of environment and infrastructure. You'll see the overall progress and status at the top for the entire guiding principle. And then each initiative under the guiding principle is broken out to show its own unique progress and status. If, for example, we click Develop a King Farmstead Master Plan, you'll see the work plan name. And if we click into the work plan, you'll see the individual action items or milestones for the work plan. And if you click into any of the action items, for example, this one, you'll see the latest update from staff. This happens to be an action item that's complete. And if we go back, you can even see, like, for this item that's not complete, but it's on track, also the latest update from staff. Just noting the navigation again for a moment. On any of these dashboards, you can navigate using these blue links at the top that take you through the levels or back to home, or you can use the top and also quickly navigate through any of the items that interest you. So that took us immediately to the JEDI strategic plan, for example. Okay, going back to the landing page. So let's take another example. Fast phase 2. You'll see the similar layout with the banner and the explanation, the legend, the overall status and progress being made. And then let's say, for example, we click onto the update guidelines topic area. You'll see that overall the strategy is 22% complete. We click into it. You'll see that this particular strategy has 3 action items. You get their individual progress and status. You can see the 2 are on track with particular progress percentages. You see that one of them is upcoming, which means that the department has not yet scheduled the start of that action item or is expected to begin entering updates yet. Let's go back to the landing page. Let's click into housing strategies. You'll see the familiar layout and the same navigation. You know that this particular plan is broken out into 3 buckets: supply, subsidy, and stability. If we click into supply, for example, you'll see all the different strategies. You'll see that some have, started, they've been undertaken, and where it is, and other particular strategies that have not been started yet. If we go down for another level of detail into the strategy level, you'll see all the action items associated with that particular strategy and where they are. Let's go back for one more. Let's go to Vision 0. You'll again see the familiar layout. You know that Vision 0 has 4 pillars: engineering, enforcement, education, and policy. Let's go into engineering, for example, and you will see all the status and the progress of all the different action items within the plan. I will also note that you've seen the climate action plan before. It's not new. This was the first one we built, but now you can access it through this landing page as well. So again, I want to just express our sincere thanks from staff for your support on this project and your patience as we built it out for public consumption. We'll just go over a couple quick next steps. The first one is we go live tomorrow, so that's super exciting. Of course, staff will continue to update the dashboards and refresh them in an ongoing manner. The city will be promoting these dashboards to the public via Rockville Reports, social media, and other avenues. And I want to give a big thanks to Kathy and her team with the Communications and Community Engagement Department, who have been extraordinary partners in this. We will also be adding links to connect to and access the dashboards from other city web pages. For example, we'll add a link to the CPDS department page so people can go right to the Fast Phase 2 dashboard, and vice versa, and so forth. And then lastly, we'll be adding more dashboards over time. The next set that we anticipate adding are the comp plan dashboards, and that we expect that to be in the September or October timeframe. So more news to come on that. That'll be the elements and the planning area side and the town center master plan. So we expect to do that in the early fall. And that concludes this special presentation. And I'd like to thank you all for your time this evening. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. We really appreciate all the work to create a transparent process so that people can see where we are in our initiatives. And I know this is going to be iterative. This is a first stab at pulling a ton of work and data together so people can not only hear updates from our mayor and council meetings, but go in and see where we are. You did a really nice job piloting that with the climate action plan and Vision 0, and we really appreciate that you've expanded it to our other initiatives. I also know that we'll be able to play with it a little bit more tomorrow and that there may be some updates coming, as you noted, but I just want to give a huge kudos to the entire team. We're trying to make sure that we're supporting transparency and really holding ourselves accountable on what we said we would get done. I see a hand raised from Councilmember Valeri and Councilmember Jackson. Councilmember Valeri.
Yes. Hi. Good evening, Mr. Gottesman, and thank you so much. As somebody that works in the web design and implementation field, I know exactly how challenging, tricky this kind of work can be, and I really do appreciate that. I had two well, notes slash questions. Three actually. So the first one, super short. Um, and that would be for whatever photos we do use for each section. It might be kind of neat if we put somewhere visible where in Rockville we're looking. Even I kind of did not know where some of them were and had to kind of confirm. That would be kind of an interesting way. Also, I would hope that we are looking at good geographic inclusion when we are looking at landing pages and in general. I think a lot of our materials, I think we can make sure to be very intentional in who we choose. My next point, I would hope, and maybe you can answer this, that our budget process could be another um, section. So that way people, I think sometimes our budget process can be very um, uh, dense, opaque, not clear to folks. And so if we could do that, I think that would be great. And that way people know when they can kind of sidle in and give their feedback. And then my last comment, and I appreciate this. I know how hard it is to stay away from jargon, especially when we all live within that world. I don't think that the phrase fast two is very well known in the community. I think if we can be more clear on exactly what fast two is, and be much more descriptive. Even I sitting here have to like think a bit before I'm like, oh, that's right, that's best too. If it's a challenge to me and I don't feel that it's very accepted, then I can only imagine that for a forward facing section that we should definitely try to be a little bit more descriptive. And that's all my comments. Thank you so much, Mr. Gottesman.
Thank you. Councilmember Jackson, I know that we're going to send in more detailed questions as we agreed, but just thank you for the light comments.
No, thank you, Mayor. I really don't have any comments. I raised my hand to clap. So thank you, David, for that presentation. I know that I will have more comments and questions, but as a special presentation, I think I should adhere to the rules and not say anything.
All right, so I'm seeing thumbs up and thank you from everybody, and just wanted to appreciate everything. And if you can send a link to the mayor and council so that we can provide more detailed commentary and feedback, but a huge thank you to everyone. All right, we'll now move on to consent agenda. We have authorization for the city manager to execute a moderately priced dwelling unit homeownership program agreement and approval of authorization for the city manager to execute the declaration of restrictive covenants for Tower Preserve between the mayor and council of Rockville and Michael Harris at Tower LLC. We have 9B, authorize the city manager to execute an agreement with the Maryland Energy Administration for the FY25 medium duty and heavy duty zero emission vehicle grant and for the purchase of 2 electric senior transit buses. So this supports the climate action plan that we were just talking about, as well as the housing goals that we were just talking about to bring affordable housing to the city. C is a resolution amending Resolution 30-73, which is helping to make our Rockville Senior Citizens Commission name more inclusive to the Rockville Commission on Aging. And then we have D, and so also an update of the mission. award and authorize the city manager to execute a contract responsive to invitation for bids, Potomac Valley Road Sidewalk Project to only Masonry Corporation of Beltsville, Maryland, for a term of 200 calendar days in the amount not to exceed $317,000 plus. So we have A, B, C, and D. I just wanted to reach out to my colleagues and say, can we take all? Or do you have any questions? Councilmember Jackson.
Yes, I would take all if my colleagues would agree, but I just want to say on the consent item C, thank you to the Senior Citizens Commission, soon to be named Rockville Commission on Aging, and to you, Mayor, for having the idea. I think this is a good idea to move us into the future to make more, make Rockville, make the commission more inclusive and better reflect our mission. So I just want to put a plug in there that the Senior Citizens Commission really worked hard to come up with a new name, and I'm really, really glad that we're going to change the name tonight and use the new name, Rockville Commission on Aging, in the future.
Thank you. Are you making a motion as well?
Well, I want to pause and see if anybody else has anything that they want to bump. Otherwise, I'll take it.
No other hands up. Please proceed.
All right. So I move to approve consent agenda items A, B, C, and D.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
One second.
All right. All those in favor, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Okay, and I will note that Dr. Miles is also on via phone. Excellent. And he's in favor. It's unanimous. I did want to just make a comment that for the Maui Price Dwelling Unit ownership opportunity, and there's a number of communities that are coming up with ownership opportunities for townhomes, you do need to sign up in advance for this program. So please visit our city website and you can search MPDU or Rockville Maui Price Dwelling Unit home ownership opportunities, and you can see how to get involved in that program. I know that staff has also put some things out on social media and through our communications this week, so I want to thank them for that as well. Okay, we're now moving on to agenda item 11A, introduction and adoption of an ordinance to amend ordinance number 7-25 to appropriate funds and levy taxes for FY26. Budget amendment number 1. Welcome Mary Sue Martin, and I understand we have panelists Stacy Webster, Kim Francisco, and Dan Chambers. Welcome.
Thank you so much. Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the council. This is the first budget amendment for FY26. This amendment tonight includes the appropriation of the $2 million in general fund reserves that were committed on the adopted FY26 budget ordinance, grant funding for rooftop solar, for IT software, and for CDBG approved projects, as well as playground replacement, funds to paint the East Rockville face of the CSX bridge over Park Road, funding for town center wayfinding, utility funds for the King Farm farmstead property, additional funding for REAP, an additional water fund FTE to assist the water meter shop with current and future workload, and reappropriation of funds for the housing needs assessment, Bethany House tenants, and the water treatment plant safety improvement CIP project. Many of these items support the mayor and council's equity and environmental initiatives as explained on packet page 227. If this amendment is adopted, the total appropriated by fund would change as shown on the budget ordinance in attachment 1. So tonight, staff recommends that the mayor and council introduce the ordinance, waive the layover period, and adopt the ordinance. Thanks.
Mayor, you're on mute.
Thank you. Just for the public's awareness, can you run through again just the key items that we are amending? And if you need me, I can also say them.
Sure. I'm sorry, are you referring to each individual item as shown on the attachment 2?
Yeah, just at a broad level. Mm-hmm.
Sure. Give me one second to pull up that attachment. Sure. So for the general fund, specifically the rooftop solar project, which is grant funded, there's also an IT software grant. We are reappropriating housing needs assessment funding. There's the King Farm farmstead utility charges. There's painting of a CSX overpass at Park Road, wayfinding for town center, transfer to the Special Activities Fund for the REAP, which is additional funding for that program, as well as additional funding for the Housing Opportunities Fund, a green space management plan, fire department, Rockville Volunteer Fire Department vehicle contribution, and then funding for the construction of the Senior Center entrance CIP project. Those are the main general fund items. Did you want me to go through the other funds as well?
I think we're good.
Thanks.
I just wanted to make sure that the public knows there are a lot of good items in there that advance the special initiatives that we were talking about, everything from housing, as well as supporting some of our strategic partners who help on public safety. So I appreciate all the work you're doing to help move us forward and make sure that we are in tight ship in terms of managing our budget. Councilman Valeri.
Would this be appropriate time to move to waive the layover?
We have to introduce first.
Okay,
Introduce,
I can do that as well.
please.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to move, I'd like to move that we introduce ordinance number 07-25 to appropriate funds and levy taxes for fiscal year 2026, friends, budget amendment number 1.
Thank you very much. And do we have a motion to waive the layover period? Councilmember Jackson.
I move to waive the layover period.
Excellent. Do we have a motion to?
Second.
Second.
Second, thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Excellent. Thanks for the second motion.
Aye.
And approval, it is unanimous. And let me just check my message for Dr. Miles. Sorry. Okay. He agrees. All right. Thanks for the flexibility, guys. It's going to take a little bit extra. Now we have Councilmember Van Grack. You want to make the motion to approve?
I motion to make a motion to approve the budget amendment as introduced by Councilmember Valeri.
Excellent. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay. Councilmember Jackson, I saw your hand first. Okay. I just have one comment and question. There is, it's a unique thing. We don't normally add positions through budget amendment, but there is a unique situation with needing to really expedite replacement of water meters. So I wanted to acknowledge why we're doing that and be transparent about why we're doing that. And also just ask Mr. Mihalek, just keep us posted on the timeline and how that's moving forward. It's also going to help us to get the AMI expedited as well. Is there anything else you want to add before we move forward?
Here, you got it right on the button. We're trying to get ahead of replacing meters, make sure we don't rely so much on estimates for water meters. And then to your point, the most exciting part is it allow us to transition more quickly to AMI. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Valeri.
Yeah, I just wanted to note the historic nature of that last motion. I believe that that was the first motion ever made by a council member from an airplane. So I just want to pause and acknowledge that that was really cool. And technology allows us to do amazing things. So congrats
And
to
I
you,
will
Council
say-
Member Van Grack.
I will say in my last term, it wasn't allowed. Until COVID, we're not allowed to do these virtual meetings. We are growing and growing. So thank you very much. All right. We have a motion and a second. I'm going to call the vote. Please raise your hand and say aye if you support this motion.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, let me just check for Councilman Miles. Okay, and Dr. Miles, I believe you're in favor as well. All right. Okay. We're now moving on to our next work session. Sorry here. So our next action items, excuse me, it's action 11B, which is the approve and authorize the city manager to execute the Square at Rockville City Center memorandum of understanding between the mayor and council and Morguard Commercial Retail owner and Morguard Commercial Residential owner. This is the first time this is being presented to us for this first new MOU. And I know you're taking a new approach to this. So Mr. Mihalik, I welcome you to explain to us what you're working on. And I know we have some questions. So please proceed.
Great. Thank you, Mayor, members of council. We are very excited to present to you a new tool, a memorandum of understanding between the city of Rockville and Morguard. Really, this MOU, more than anything else, will outline the operations and management of the town square. And really what it does more than anything else is to do what we've been hearing from our residents and business owners for a long time, and that's for us to work very cooperatively with Morguard. And the end result, really, and the goal is to make sure that the square, which everybody enjoys, is vibrant, safe, and well managed, and that everybody that goes there, whether you're a resident or visitors, has a healthy, active, and environmentally friendly amenities and entertainment. So the MOU is more than anything else a promise for us to work collaboratively on a number of different things. I think the council knows, and a handful of residents may know, we have different agreements with Morguard regarding maintenance and the parking structure and et cetera. Instead of us trying to chase these things in different agreements, let's put them all in one place and understand the full partnership opportunities that we have working together. So I'll now walk you through the elements of the MOU. So more than anything else, and this is something that's existing, in exchange for all the improvements and the maintenance of the square by Morguard, the city would agree not to levy a town square commercial district or lighting district tax for a period of 5 years. This hasn't changed. This is an existing agreement that we already have. Again, foregoing levying a special tax in exchange for Morguard taking great care of the square itself. Next, what I think is one of the key components of this MOU is making significant improvements to a number of different sign components in and around town square. It includes the murals, the CSX Railroad Bridge, wayfinding and banners both inside of the square and around the square, and the outside bringing people in, and the WMATA pedestrian bridge. You know we're excited about these new signs, so I'm going to give you a couple close-ups of some of these. Here's a quick look at the murals. I don't know about you guys, but I think they're outstanding. A couple of them are already in the ground, are already up on the walls. There's opportunities to do more. Morguard themselves have been taking the lead on, and they look fantastic. This is another one we're excited about, the CSX Railroad Bridge. You know, that's been home of graffiti. We want to change that and to make it really about our love of Rockville. We expect to get that work done this fall in partnership with CSX.
And just to confirm, that will be paid for by the city, correct?
That's correct. Paid for by the city. That's right. And then we're also going to be doing wayfinding and banners. Again, wayfinding on the outside of the square to direct people in, city obligation. Banners inside, changing them out, making them better, would be a responsibility of Morguard. This is just a sampling. And then another thing we're really excited about is doing some big, bold pedestrian letters over the WMATA pedestrian bridge that says Town Center with our new logo. You'll actually see those letters pop up within the next 30 days, if not sooner. That'll be exciting. And again, that's the city's responsibility in partnership with WMATA. So again, you can picture that whole sign package coming together between the city and Morguard. Another key component are the parking garages. This is complicated. The parking garage agreement was created between the city and FRIT originally a number of years ago. Just a quick reminder on this one. This is a little off script. The city of Rockville built the parking structures, took on some debt, and then transferred the responsibilities for the maintenance, but also the leasing and also the cost to park there to FRIT originally, and now to Morguard. So that's important to know. That's an existing agreement. It's hard to modify it, but within the MOU, we're trying to make some progress. The city actually has 40 designated spaces for city vehicles. We're not using hardly any of those spaces. So we think it would make sense to go from 40 down to 5. That allow those 35 other spaces to be available to the public. We think that's movement in the right direction. The other thing is the agreement does recognize 90 minutes of initial free parking. I know people have enjoyed over the years 2 hours free almost everywhere in the city, but everywhere in and around town center. But the good news is we're getting some really good tenancy there. Trader Joe's is the best example, where Trader Joe's is really having a lot more customers come in. It's important to turn over those spaces to make sure people can get in and get out. It actually creates more parking. There's some reservations on parking there for 60-minute spaces and 90-minute spaces. But overall, we want to make sure that the MOU recognizes that there should be a good amount of 90-minute initial free parking there. It also contemplates subleasing of some spaces for private use. There is some of that right now in some of the parking garages. And Morguard has committed to us that this is a change. They know it's a change, and they want to be responsive to both the market demand of people parking there, but also the market demand and user trends of new retailers coming into town center, such as Trader Joe's. So this is what we're contemplating in terms of the agreement and the MOU. They're going to monitor the parking structures, see what kind of responses they get from people using it. We've already received some emails on that. And they're also going to monitor, how people are using the parking structures and the revenue. And if we need to make some adjustments in the future, they're willing to sit down and talk about that. Another thing, this is really exciting, is that Morguard and the city would partner together to provide free Wi-Fi for public use at the city plaza. We get that request a lot. We're excited to provide that here really soon. And another component is security. I think we've heard this a lot too from not only residents and visitors, but also from the shop owners and our own police department. Morguard's going to be putting in security cameras in and around the city plaza at their expense, and they're going to provide access to that footage to the City of Rockville Police Department. Again, adding a sense of security in and around the town center. We think that's a great improvement. And then also all of our events. I think people enjoy, like the image here, the ice skating in the winter, the tree lighting, the salsa dancing, the summer concert series. All those things will continue to be provided by Morguard in the square. But the MOU also contemplates that when Morguard isn't having those activities, that the city of Rockville could also, using its programs, provide some new programs in and around the square itself. We're excited about continuing that opportunity and expanding it even more. And then the other thing we're really excited about is the use of existing vacant retail space in and around town center for new recreation and parks programming. I see a member of council already clapping. We're excited about it too. This is just an opportunity to bring more kids into town square, take advantage of some of those vacant spaces and use some temporary, let me stress, temporary uses of those vacant spaces to bring more recreation and park programming into town center. It's going to be a great initiative. And then lastly is really some leasing incentives, and we're excited about this. We are working collaboratively with Morguard to try to find some additional new tenants in and around town center. If we found a tenant that we all agree would provide enhanced employment opportunities, significant tax revenue, business multipliers, meaning they're a business that attracts other businesses, or they're going to invest in the property itself and make space improvements, which would generate more property tax, that could be worth a leasing incentive. This is on a case-by-case basis. I can't stress this enough. If we have someone that's looking for an incentive and Morguard thinks it's worthy, then we'll work together with Morguard providing leasing incentive agreement that would be reviewed and approved by the mayor and city council. Next step. So we think this is a great agreement. If approved, we'll proceed with implementation. I think you guys can see there's already things happening, whether it's the murals or the signage, etc. But if we need a binding agreement in the future for some of these components, we'll certainly get that together and bring it back to city council, and we'll do everything we can to fulfill the commitments of the agreement. So that's a quick overview of the MOU. I'm happy to answer any questions that you have. Thank you.
I just want to thank you very much. I know that currently there are a lot of agreements, but this is the first time you're pulling an overarching look at key components of what future agreements will have. So I want to really appreciate, the work that you've been putting together on that. I'm not sure if we have any other members available to answer questions. Mr. Mihalik, I know that you were gonna get back to us on that. Is it just our staff?
It is just our staff. I'll probably answer the bulk of the questions.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you very much. I did want to also just do one clarification. This is an MOU, so it is not binding. The actual binding language will be in the future agreement. So I just wanted to set that tone. And I also wanted to note, in case there are other parts of the city that are wondering, what about incentives for businesses in other parts of the city? We do have a small business incentive program to support our entire city. And so if you are in Twin Brook or in west of 270 or in King Farm and other places, I just wanted to note that there are opportunities that we're also supporting businesses in those locations. And then for the events, I understand that per our agreement, there are 17 events that are required that are in the current agreement, and that will continue. It's not decreasing. So we'll keep that baseline number of events. I know people have really enjoyed those activities in Town Square. The nice addition of Rec and Park space, and hopefully would love to hear more in the future about what is planned. I often hear about activities for youth, especially teens. So that is something that we're looking forward to hearing more about. One question there is just making sure we're not competing with our partners like VisArts and Rockville Science Center, but being complementary in the offering. I'm assuming that staff would coordinate to make sure that we're doing that to support our nonprofit partners.
That's correct, Mayor. We won't be displacing any of our existing partners. To your point, we're just going to be adding our ability to provide programming without displacing already the outstanding activities we have now.
Okay, and I know we've been hearing for some time about the importance of security cameras, so just a huge kudos on getting that, and I know that they have committed to doing that in previous time, but now they're ready to move forward. And Wi-Fi is something that has also come up. So I have some questions on the parking. We've gotten some feedback from some residents, and that's probably the hardest part. The city does contribute $1.3 million of our budget annually, just to be transparent. And Morgan, I believe, pays the city $400,000. So there's some money going forth from both sides on that. I'm going to hold on my questions, the rest of my questions, and let my colleagues speak. I see Councilman Valeri, you're first, and then Councilman Van Grack.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. There's so many good things in this MOU. I'm really, I appreciate that it's really capturing a lot of them, and I'm really glad that we're able to share in this kind of format with our residents all the great things that are coming along. And I think the wayfinding is going to just be phenomenal. The art that's already in place, the murals are fantastic, and I know that's just the beginning from what I have heard. So I'm really looking forward to it. And of course, I could not be more excited about a space for youth programming. In town center is where a lot of youth hang out. So if we can create positive things to do while people are hanging out, I think that can only do good things. We've seen tremendous results with that sort of programming in Baltimore City recently. So I love that we're looking to successes and really trying to achieve them. I think our special events are absolutely critical, and I love the number of events that we have coming in. I'm hopeful we can perhaps add one more in September with all of our wonderful work that'll be happening during National Recovery Month. But my concern is, and what I've heard from a lot of residents is that since Morgard has kind of taken over town center, that the special event parking has been doubled from $10 to $20. And while I understand that that's going to be for longer periods of time, I think that that was a little bit jarring to folks. So I'm hopeful if you can give a little bit of background on that, and I hope that given, the financial relationship that we have with regards to parking, that perhaps that's something that we could take a look at and bring it back down to the previous level.
Let me address that really quick. My understanding is it's still $10 for the whole day for an event. Again, it's still more than just an hour, right, to park there, but they thought $10 was good, and it was for the whole 24 hours. But I'm happy to revisit that with Morguard and just see if they have an appetite to make any
Yeah.
modifications.
I appreciate that. No, and I can actually send you a couple of residents sent me pictures. It was $20 for the Christmas tree lighting last year, which is actually what first brought this up, because that is an event that a lot of kids go to, and not everybody can perhaps walk or take transit. So that was a misunderstanding, and everything will be $10 going forward, awesome. I just want to make sure that's clear, and I appreciate that it's longer than 90 minutes.
Thank you. Councilman Van Grack and then Councilmember Jackson.
So first, thank you to the city and to Morguard. I mean, Morguard, since they've come into place, has truly been an important and critical partner. And I think having some of these arrangements and some of these agreements memorialized is fantastic. That being said, I just want to kind of go over a few things. One, with regard to the use of the space, it seems like there's been a general understanding that there's going to be use both of the spaces that aren't being rented, but also the general spaces. Has there been any more detailed understanding of how that's going to go? Or is it just generally understood the city can have some of the general use spaces and there's going to be use of some of the rent out spaces, the non-rented spaces as well?
Councilman Van Grack, we heard parts of what you said. Can you just clarify which spaces you're talking about? You're talking about the parking spaces? And I'm also...
No, I was specifically talking about the use spaces, the non-rented spaces, as well as the general area use, whether there's been any detailed understanding of how that would come to play for the city use and the city's programs.
I understand the question. No, we haven't gotten into the details just yet. We are looking to some of those underutilized spaces, the spaces that have been vacant for a while. But the agreement does suggest that they have to be of an appreciable size to allow us to have meaningful rec programming in those spaces. But when we have a mutually acceptable space in mind, I'll certainly notify the council about what we have in mind.
Thank you. And just to clarify,
and kind of going on to kind of,
sorry, just to clarify, each of the sections will have more detailed negotiations. I just want to clarify the public, which will come back to the mayor and council. Okay, Councilman Van Grack.
So the other question I had, and again, I understand that this is a relationship issue, but there's been, just as the mayor and Councilmember Valeri, we're all talking about the issues of parking. It's obviously a big issue, and we've got to understand that relationship. One, I just want to confirm that as the cities relayed, as you relayed in the presentation, even though they were talking about 90 and 60 minutes, there's still going to be an assessment to see if that might change. And we might potentially go, or Morguard might go back to 20 to 2 hours. Is that correct?
That's exactly right. I'll be candid. I think they were reluctant to have any. I think they were reluctant to have anything into the agreement regarding hourly parking rates, but we had good conversations about it and just noted that, the going from 2 hours to anything less than that was a big change for people and a bit of surprise. So they did commit ultimately to the 90 minutes initial, but we also agreed, it's like, let's see how that works, both Morguard and the city. How are people that need to park are responding? Are they losing the number of people that are coming in or not? And how is it impacting their revenue as well? They're operating that parking structure in the red. It's not a profit center for them. So we agreed to the initial 90 minutes, and then you're exactly right, Councilmember Van Grack. We're going to go back after some time and take a look at the impact of the 90 minutes and see if there could be other adjustments. Thank you.
And so similarly, and this goes to what the mayor was saying, the city is kind of running in a deficit with regard to this parking issue. Now we're giving up a number of our spaces that no one could use but the city, and those 35 additional spaces are just being used by Morguard to be able to take in the income from the use of those spaces. Is that right as well?
We haven't gotten into that detail just yet, but if the goal of council, and I've heard this from a couple of folks, is to really take those new 35 spaces and make sure that they're are public spaces and not leasable, I can certainly have that conversation with them.
Okay, and like I said before, Morguard has been a fantastic partner, and I really want to make sure that with this agreement or this memorandum of understanding, which could lead to a future agreement, we're outlaying the relationship between Morguard and the city and an understanding that makes sure that it's beneficial to both parties. And it sounds like we're checking a number of the boxes that are truly important to the city and what council has said before. I just want to make sure we're doing it fairly for the public. So thanks so much for everything that you put together.
Thank you. And I know that you're still working out the recreation and park space as well. There's two thoughts that I have about the 35 spaces that the city would be giving up. Well, three thoughts. One is that they would be used for public use, as I've talked to you about, to see if that is a possibility. That would not be going to a private leasing. I know that Tesla's there right now, but that would be for public use. The second thought for consideration is if you're doing recreation and parks programs, and some of those programs may last more than 90 minutes, that, or a period of time, that you may want to actually reserve some of those spaces for recreation and park programming. The third comment is hometown holidays. The city has a lot of vehicles during hometown holidays, and just understanding that Oktoberfest and hometown holidays, that we reserve the right to use some spaces as well. Councilmember Jackson, and then Councilmember Fulton, and then Councilmember Shaw.
All right, thank you, Mayor, and thanks to the city manager for the presentation. I think there's a lot of wonderful things in Morguard and this MOU. The signage, the events, they're really wonderful to see. I just wanted to focus in on the parking for a second, because I think, sometimes the public in general writes into the city council and to the city manager and assumes that we control the parking. And so I just want to clarify with you, city manager, that's not the case. Is it? Morguard controls the parking.
Yeah, let me get into a little bit of detail because I think it's important for folks to understand, and I'll walk through it slowly. The city, when it did the town center build out in the first place, made an agreement with the original developer to sponsor, if you will, the construction of the parking garages. Where the city constructed the parking garages, we took on some debt, a 30-year note to be specific, to pay for those parking garages. In addition to that, at the time, and again, this was years ago, was anybody on this body, decided then to say, hey, owner developer of town center, it makes more sense for you guys to operate the parking structure instead of the city, instead of us having a special unit to take care of it. Would you guys manage it? And they said, yes. We get a $400,000 a year lease payment. They have to maintain it, keep it in good condition, etc. But in addition to that, the city agreed that Frit and now Morguard could lease spaces in the parking garages and also set the rates. So that's the agreement. The city does not. The city owns the parking garages, but we don't set the rates on parking. And I think this MOU actually adds some more language in there and clarity for people. I hope that answers the question.
No, it does. And it's a little bit more complicated than that. Looking at the agreement, there's the special taxing district language that we're forgoing putting any taxes on that space. And then Morgard is responsible for certain duties, certain upkeep. So, I mean, it's a push and pull, but I just want to make clear that parking is by and large not in our purview, and so I think sometimes people get upset at what they see the city doing when it's not actually the city's doing that. But I do want to say, I mean, you've worked at a pretty good agreement with Morgard, but just if I could, making sure that we have more ample notice when they're making changes to parking, or it could be anything in town center, because I think that there is a partnership between the city and Morgard, but more than that, there's a perception by the residents that we have a lot of control, or we have, we have to answer to residents. So it would be helpful when they're looking at their parking situation and they're making adjustments, that maybe they could give us notice beforehand before they do it, because it really does cause a lot of trouble with residents and frankly others, when they make that change without even telling anybody. And so that's one. The mayor mentioned it earlier, and I think you were kind of mentioning it too. Ready, or whoever it is that negotiates and reaches out to businesses for the town center, just making sure that we have equity in our neighborhoods across Rockville. I know that town center is important to the city, to all of us as Rockvillians. Our town center is near and dear to our hearts, but we can't forget that there are others neighborhoods out there with business centers as well that need help, that need assistance. And I know that we have assistance for them, but it just goes without saying that we shouldn't put town center alone, and that we assist everybody around Rockville with the businesses. The other one point that I did want to make, the Wi-Fi. Again, it's the same kind of equity argument that I was talking about before. There are business centers, retail, commercial around Rockville that might enjoy having Wi-Fi for their customers and attracting customers as well. And I think that we would be remiss not to actually do outreach and see if there are other business areas that would find that attractive and that we might partner with. And so it's not just town center. To that end, we're talking about a strategy for Wi-Fi. And I remember that there was discussion maybe last year, I forget when it was, about putting Wi-Fi in the parks. And I just want to find out from you, is there any movement on that, or do we have a plan? What is the, where are we with putting Wi-Fi in more public parks?
A little off topic, but let me do some research and circle back. Thank you.
And so finally, the events. I was asking before about the promotion of events because I was curious. I think it's fine to have that in our agreement, but not defining what the promotion is could mean anything. And I just want to see, there are some events that happen in town center that are not well promoted at all. I'm thinking there was a recent Korean barbecue that happened in Sound Center, and there was no promotion of it whatsoever. And maybe it was promoted at Town Center and the businesses, but I didn't see anything. And I actually was looking. And another one, just for example, was the Juneteenth event, which we many of us attended, and it was not really well publicized or attended by the residents. And I just wonder, if we're going to have these events, then they should be well promoted and coordinated between Beauregard and the city. So that's it from our comments, but just wanted to give them my general thoughts.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Fulton.
Thank you. I think Councilmember Jackson said a lot of the things I wanted to say, but I'll just be concise. One, this is a great MOU. It's some really great progress in there. I know it's not easy to do, so thank you for that. Second, tying together some of the comments, anything we can work in on greater communication and awareness, I think would be useful. Awareness of parking changes. I agree with the comments on awareness of events. Like, we can partner a whole lot better to make the square successful if we're partnering on sort of communication and information sharing there. So I think that would be, the parking, setting aside the sort of substantive analysis of whether we should be subsidizing parking up to 2 hours, people were shocked that it happened so fast. And that's something we can address. And then just the last ticky-tacky thing I'll mention, because I was having a conversation with somebody about this yesterday. The signage in the square is still incredibly inconsistent. There's awesome new murals, but still a lot of signage on 355 that advertises restaurants that aren't there anymore. If there's any way we could encourage them to, and some of the old logos are still there, to just go through and consistently change the signage to the new stuff would be really helpful, I think. But that's all. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Councilmember Shaw, and then Dr. Mouse.
So I wanted to echo my colleagues and thank the city manager for the excellent presentation. And the murals are absolutely beautiful. And I think they create a really big difference in the area. I just wanted to also just add and express my concern around the 90-minute parking. I think that's actually a great time during the day, but I am concerned how that may impact the restaurants and the movie theater, or if folks are going to both in the evening. And so I'm concerned about the impact on the businesses, which some of them were already saying some of their biggest issues was parking. So I am concerned about that. But thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Miles.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you all for your patience. I had trouble getting the video going, got kicked out several times and got timed out, but I'm glad to join you all now. I'll simply say I'll associate myself with the comments of my colleague, Councilmember Shaw, with regard to the 90-minute versus 2-hour, and just extend it to say, in addition to the movie theater and restaurants, there, Biz Arts also runs classes and has expressed concern that the change in parking time limit may affect people who are taking their classes too. So I would certainly support determining if we can perhaps work with, if we can work with Beauregard to see if we can come to an agreement on keeping it 2 hours, if at all possible. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you so much. I have a couple of questions, and then I'll go back to Councilmember Valeri, if that's okay. So related to parking, one thing that I have heard, I heard this morning from Viz Arts that their programming has been impacted by the short notices. Some of my colleagues have said it happened so quickly, people didn't know. And the other thing is that actually right now it's advertised that you can park there for free for 2 hours. So it says 2 hours, it says you get a validation, and then there's some places at 60 minutes. It is very difficult for our community to understand what's going on. It's creating a lot of confusion. I do prefer the 2 hours. I think that we have a lot of wind on our sail, and I want to thank Morguard for their partnership and what the city is doing, and they are bringing some great energy. Trader Joe's is a huge, huge win for the city. I'm concerned with people saying, I want to visit the library and Trader Joe's and go to Viz Arts and, make more than one stop. With mixed use, you expect to do more than one thing. And the way it's set up, it's people are saying that I might just go elsewhere. So I'm worried about the impact on our nonprofits, our businesses, and on Trader Joe's. I don't want them to not have the foot traffic they're expecting, and I want them to stay long term. So I would also encourage additional conversation, especially since we're giving on some things. The city is paying $1.3 million through 2036. I agree with my council member Fulton on like that's a larger question, right? That happened before all of us. We did not make that agreement, but we're trying to do the best we can with it. But it is a significant taxpayer investment, and I think we should advocate for our community as best we can and push a little harder. But particularly one of the things I'm hearing is, and we love Trader Joe's, when the spaces went to 60 minutes for Trader Joe's, people used to use the two disability designated spaces, right? And then they had overflow to be able to use that top area, but now they can't. And so I'm hearing it's difficult for people who are seniors and people with disabilities to figure out where they can park, or they're walking longer distances, which is really hard for them, and then to get back within 90 minutes. So I also want to, in addition to the comments about 2 hours, but can we look at the disability parking specifically, because the game has changed a little bit, and I do agree that we need to support the turning over so that Trader Joe's can have, people come in and out, but we do need to make sure that we're thinking about inclusivity for our community. And I don't know that was raised in the, now that we're experiencing what the change has been, I think we need to look at that and see if we can. Also, if the city does have the 35 spaces, I know I was talking to my colleague, Councilman Valeri, some communities do designated spaces for people who are expecting. They don't have a disability, but it is significant. I was walking around as 9 months pregnant. So there are some communities that really support that. So if we have spaces to play with before giving them up, I would just say, let's look at how we can be inclusive for our community, right? And see if we can do some additional negotiating there. At minimum, the parking signage needs to be updated, and we need a timeline because we are bearing the brunt of the communications on that. And also agree on if there are changes to please let us know in advance. I want to say that Morguard has been an incredible partner. And I really love the murals that are coming forward, and I love the work. We've been working to get those bridges, painted and bring some vitality so that people can see the town center, which is a hidden gem. So I'm super excited about so many things. The parking is something I still think we need to do a little bit more work and discussion on. For the things I've mentioned and things my colleagues have mentioned. I did see that Morguard would be willing to do the $10 special event parking, but I don't see that's documented anywhere. And as we saw with the 2-hour parking, if it's not documented, it can change quickly. So I wanted to note that as well. The Wi-Fi equity, I am interested in two things. One is, what is our city strategy? I recognize this may be a pilot. I will admit that before I was elected, I was on a committee that was advocating for equity on accessibility in the city. So I think this is a positive thing. I just want to think about what happens when King Farm asks for it, or Twinbrook asks for it, or someone west of 270, other parts of the city. East Rockville, we need to know, what are we going to say? Because we're going to set a precedence with this. So I just want to think that we should have some criteria and some guardrails so that we can see how do we support the city in that way. I'll pause there. I see Councilwoman Valeri has her hand up.
Yes, thank you. And you took a couple of my points, but I'll start with the most contentious point, and that is parking. And it's always funny for me as someone who is unable to drive to talk about parking. But I do ride in cars, so I feel an understanding. Yeah, I would be curious to know what their analysis was. What was Morguard's analysis of the need for ADA spaces at Trader Joe's? And I know that I noticed that there are more people that are actually parking on the spaces on the other side of the bike lane, which one is fantastic because that actually makes it even safer for pedestrians. So yay, thank you. But is there even a way to designate some of those spaces as an ADA space, perhaps for people that don't need like the full width of like a mobility enhanced van, which a lot of wheelchair users use? So that would be a question, um, whether or not there'd been that full assessment. I am in complete agreement, and I was trying to figure out how to bring this up, but and I believe others have experience as well, being an expectant mother and having to park far away. And I had my son in July, so there was a lot of heat related issues. I had some health related issues. I think that would be a really good thing for us to push for, and frankly, at all city facilities as well. On parking generally, though, I don't think people necessarily, and the public may not understand fully, I didn't until recently, how much of a net loss parking is for people to develop. And honestly, what does that revenue flow even look like for the maintenance and the property taxes on a parking structure compared to how much revenue may come in? There are books that uh, Morguard and developers are looking at when they're making the assessment of how much parking to invest in. It is an investment. And layered on top of all of this is the city agreement, of course. But I just wanted to throw out there that this is not just Councilmember Valeri. This is a stated fact, that parking is not a revenue generator for the people who are developing, who are our partner in the entire square, right? So that's something that we should consider. I do want to put a pin in what both Councilmember Jackson and the mayor said as well on public Wi-Fi. Ideally, put a pin in it. Maybe we can agendize it maybe somewhat soon. And that would be, what is our Wi-Fi and broadband strategy for the city? There are still huge swaths of the city where internet access is not optimal. And things like putting in public Wi-Fi everywhere in all public spaces. I've seen other cities of comparable size that are able to do that. And however we want to do it, I think having a strategy discussion would be a good thing to do, because the digital divide is still very real. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Fulton.
Thanks. I feel like I need to be transparent on something that's unpopular because my colleagues weighed in. I don't necessarily think we need to go back to 2 hours of free parking. I think that Morguard has the same desire we do, which is to generate thriving businesses. And Councilmember Valeri said it's not a revenue generator. It's not profit maximizing to charge for parking. So I don't have an opinion on what it should be, but I like the fact that the MOU talks about running analysis, seeing the impact on business, and adjusting as needed. I think that's the appropriate approach. I felt like I should be transparent about that. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Van Grack.
And I was just going to say, similar to Councilmember Fulton, there's no question that we've got people and we've got businesses that are asking for that 2 hours. That being said, I also talked to folks at Trader Joe's, and they're actually looking for shorter time periods to get more people in and out so people aren't staying for longer periods. So there is a give and take as to what's the best avenue. And as I think the city manager said, staff is literally told us, and Morguard has said, there's going to be a reevaluation. I think this is a starting point, and I think we might need to have the 2 hours, and maybe there's a medium. At some areas 90 minutes, some areas 60 minutes, some areas 2 hours. But there's no question, we've heard from numerous people that wanted to be 2 hours, and maybe it should be. But for right now, I think it needs to have more study, because there might be a benefit for having some of it in 90 minutes. And that's why I think I appreciate staff conveying that before we put anything formal, Morguard, along with the city, is going to take a look as to what's best. And maybe the answer is a mix.
Thank you. Just to clarify also, there already is a turnover of 60 minutes for Trader Joe's. So that is implemented now. I will say though, the signage there still says 2 hours. And so they have people coming in to get validated and then having to pay. So that's a challenge. Mr. Mihalik.
Yeah, just really quickly, Mayor, I actually talked to Morgard about that this week, about inconsistency in the signage. They have an RFP out to get a contractor to change it out as soon as practical. So they know that's an issue. So thank you, Mayor.
Excellent. So I think you heard some feedback from us on things we'd like clarified. I just wanted to check. I know you've heard from a mixture from some of us who are okay with this and some of us who actually would like to see the 2-hour parking in some, at least in some areas, understanding that they do need a 60. So I just wanted to note there's some differences there. And I appreciate everyone who's written in. So, Mr. Mihalik, will you go back and share a revised draft with us? There's some clarifications I saw that are following up on, you know, if we're giving up city spaces that we're putting in at this point, unless we want to take out that we're not necessarily giving up the city spaces, but using them for special events and maybe using them for rec and park space. And some greater wiggle room there so that we're not necessarily giving it up before we can think through those uses as well as the ADAP. So how would you like to come back to us?
Yeah, so the agreement contemplates an additional agreement following regarding parking. If you guys take a look at it, and I won't refer to a page or a paragraph, but I heard the conversation. So what I would recommend is that we continue to study the situation and look at the reaction to the 90 minutes and even the 60 minutes near Trader Joe's, hear what Morgard has to say in terms of the impact on customers and revenues, and then bring it back. And when we have an idea on what a real lease agreement might look like, I'll be very specific with them about we would only give up those 35 parking spaces if we get the assurance from them through a binding lease agreement that those spaces will be used for public parking and can't be leased. That's how I'd address that.
So would you update it now in the MOU?
I don't think we need to, Mayor.
Okay, I would, if we are not clear, I would recommend striking that we're giving them up so that we have the wiggle room to put that in the parking arrangement. Councilmember Fulton.
I would just, assuming I understand the MOU concept right, which is it is broad concepts that will work out the details. Like, so we're saying we would give them up. Morgard is also saying that they would conduct a study. And then the final agreement would say what we're giving them up for. I'm comfortable with an MOU that states the high contours. I think we've been waiting. We've been not waiting. We've been pressuring for this MOU for a long time. So I'm comfortable moving forward with it tonight as is. Thanks.
Okay, I hear what you're saying. I actually would note pending further discussion or something that notes that it's not a done deal that we're giving up those spaces, and that is, I think we have to, for me, protecting our residents and the investment that the city's making. So I would appreciate at least clarifying that component. Okay, colleagues, so let me just do a straw poll on whether folks are ready to move forward with the agreement as is, or if there's any other comments that people have to make.
I just had one additional comment.
Go ahead, Councilman Van Grack.
So I just want to clarify. I mean, in my read of this, and maybe I don't know if our city attorney is on time online. This is not my understanding a binding document to bind us or Morgard to anything. Just an understanding of the procedures going forward.
Correct. So the commitments that are in the MOU are not legally binding. It just simply sets the framework for future legally binding agreements. For instance, all of the issues related to parking, that would require an amendment to the existing parking garage lease that the city has with Morgard. And so once once the negotiations start with how to amend the lease and what goes into the amended lease, that would come back to the mayor and council.
Right. And it's a conceptual framework, so we don't necessarily have to include the 35 spaces. So let me just ask a question just so that we can know whether we can move forward or not. How many people support the going forward with the 90 minutes and further study versus trying to negotiate for 2 hours? So this hands
Maybe we
up.
should do it slower.
Yeah, sorry. Hands up for everyone who supports moving forward with 90 minutes with study and not pushing for 2 hours. So
I'm sorry, that's a weird characterization. Is it moving forward with the MOU as in the agenda and continuing to work on the final agreements? That's what I'm in favor of.
Okay, and who supports at least asking to see if we can do a little bit more to get to the 2 hours? Okay, Councilmember Jackson, which one did you vote for?
All right, so I voted for the first one, but that was because now that's been explained to me that an MOU only means that it's a conceptual framework, then I'm more comfortable with it.
Okay, I think that's helpful. So we have 4 supporting that approach. I will just go on record and saying I do not support that at this time, and I think they are going to make some investments to put signage up just to go at 90 minutes. So we'll see what the studies go and how this supports our businesses, and then there can be further discussion. So then if that's the case, I think that we can, I'll note this if anyone wants to make a motion if there's further discussion.
I was gonna make a motion. I move the mayor
I
and
have
council approve.
very quick, sorry.
Go ahead.
Super quick discussion, not even discussion. I know we talked about signage, but as part of that, could we maybe encourage it to include that Morguard is the owner and maintainer of their parking garages? That might do a little bit toward helping to educate residents on who actually owns and maintains and maybe, I don't know. I just want to throw that out as an idea.
I think that's a great idea. Also, we heard from some residents that they're not getting responses when they do reach out. So I just wanted to flag that issue as well. Mr. Dawson, did you have a comment?
All right, Kate.
No, it's fine. It's fine.
Okay, and then I know some of us have talked about this earlier. The maintenance of the grease traps from the smells, that is going to be covered somewhere.
It's actually mentioned in the agreement, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, so that is great. And then Gibbs Street is a separate agreement. So we've already gotten that one figured out.
That's correct.
And that will cover the furniture as well.
Also correct.
Okay, because some of it is breaking and somewhat unsafe. Councilman Van Grack.
I just wanted to echo what the mayor was saying there, that, even though we're signing this, we're not saying it's going to be, or that we're fully okay with 90 minutes. And so we might want to relate to them with regard to anything that we're doing, that things could change and they might not have put forward significant investment if need be. That being said, as this is just an MOU, we're going forward with an understanding. And like you said, there's going to be a study and that it might need to be 2 hours.
Thank you. And Mr. Mihalik, you'll convey these comments to Morguard because there's a couple of things that we've talked about that I think in fairness of partnership, they should know where our head is at and some things that we're contemplating.
Yeah, I'll fully do debrief with Morguard. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. All right. Councilmember Fulton.
Are you ready? I move the mayor and council approve the square at Rockville City Center memorandum of understanding between the mayor and council and Morguard commercial retail owner and Morguard commercial residential owner, and authorize the city manager to execute it.
Thank you. Do we have a second? Councilman Valeri seconds. Okay. I will just say I'm going to vote for this because it is non-binding, and I do want to really raise the ADA parking and the things. I'm not going to reiterate them all, but I would like to see that come forward, and I will be making sure I make those points for the parking agreement that will come forward to us. Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please raise your hand and say aye as you're able.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. All those opposed? Okay. And abstentions? Nope, I think we're good. Counted all. All right. Thank you, everyone. I appreciate the feedback on this. And again, note that there's more to be discussed on parking. Okay. We're now moving on to our fourth work session on the zoning ordinance rewrite, uses, parking, and planning commission work session updates on fast development review process recommendations. Welcome, Holly Simons. And I also want to acknowledge panelists, Ricky Barker, John Foreman, Jim Wasilek, Nick Dumai, and Jimmy Espinosa. Welcome.
Thank you so much, Madam Mayor. Good evening, members of the council. Oops. Bear with me for just a moment. All right, for the record, I am Holly Simmons, Deputy Zoning Manager with the Department of Planning, or Department of Planning and, oh my gosh, I am so sorry. Planning and Development Services. And as Madam Mayor mentioned, I'm here this evening to discuss with you the topics of uses, parking, and hand it over to my colleague, John Foreman, to go into a bit of information about development review processes related to the zoning ordinance rewrite and comprehensive map amendment project, which is ongoing. So this evening, we will go over the project timeline, get into a bit of information about uses and parking. We will recap on a couple of questions related to zone standards, following up on the work session that we had with you all on May 5th and followed by the May 28th Planning Commission work session, and ending the work session with fast 2 recommendations on development review processes, following up from the Planning Commission's April 23rd and June 11th work sessions. You all have seen this before, so very briefly to go over a project timeline. As you are aware, we are in the drafting phase of this project. We have had 3 work sessions before you. Again, this is the 4th. We will have one kind of remaining topics clean sweep on September 29th, and then we are headed toward the public release of the zoning map and ordinance in December, with adoption in winter through spring of 2026. So headed straight into it, our first topic is uses. Just for a bit of a framework, we do have the 4 different things that we are going to cover: uses, parking, very briefly touching on zones and zone standards, and then back into development review processes. We're going to bookend each one of those topic areas with a set of questions. So in uses, just a preview, you'll have 4 questions, parking 5 questions, zones and zone standards 1 question, and then in development review processes and fast recommendations, another 4 questions. So if you counted them up, that is a total of 15 questions for this work session. Within this section, I will do a bit of an overview of how uses are regulated. This is one of the primary functions of the zoning ordinance, and it's important that we all have a common footing before discussing the recommendations. So we'll go over some key concepts and terms there, some anticipated outcomes of the proposed changes, and then we will review the proposal to modernize our use regulations, highlighting the proposed recommendations, which are kind of umbrellas, and then some specific notable changes that are intended to illustrate each of the points contained within the recommendations. So Our requested feedback for this section is, do you support our new home-based business definitions and standards? Do you support our approach to regulating more than 5 unrelated tenants in a single dwelling unit? Do you support converting certain special exceptions to conditional or permitted uses, which would entail a standard approval process versus a Board of Appeals process in addition to the standard approval process? And do you support allowing multifamily housing on properties owned by nonprofits or places of worship, regardless of zoning? Getting into our overview of how uses are regulated within the zoning ordinance. So as I said a moment ago, this is one of the primary functions of the city's zoning ordinance. It's important for identifying where certain activities can be located within the city and under what conditions they may be located there. So I'll walk through each of the points on this slide before getting into our recommendations again. First up is uses. So these are different activities or land uses, uses for short. They can be addressed at really high levels. You see here in the gray, residential, and then down below it, retail and sales. That's one way you can group uses. And then within each of those kind of broader categories, we have actual individual land uses that are identified and proposed to be contained within our zoning ordinance. Next up is the use table itself. So all of the uses within the zoning ordinance are addressed within a table. On the left-hand side, you see the uses themselves. And then across the top, the zones right here, we're really only showing our mixed use zones, but the full use table would include all of the zones that are represented within the city. And they're arranged in a matrix so that you can kind of read across and down and see all of the use permissions in this pinky peachy area here. So what are use permissions? Those are represented by the letters here, and each zone within the city permits certain uses while prohibiting or restricting others. Again, this is through these use permissions. So they're generally answering the question of, can this occur in this location? So we do have 4 use permissions. The first is represented by a P, that is permitted. These are allowed by right anywhere within the zone. Conditional uses are represented by a C, and they are permitted in the zone, but they need to comply with certain conditions. For example, maybe they need to be limited to a certain side, or they have special setbacks applied to them. And then we have special exception uses. We're going to get into these a little bit later, but these are more impactful uses generally that have, again, certain conditions, but then they need to go through a process over and above our standard development review process. And that additional process goes before the Board of Appeals. And then prohibited uses are represented by a blank cell, and they are not allowed within the zone in question under any circumstances. 2 final concepts that are not represented in this table, but still important to understand. The first is use definitions. So these definitions of all of the uses provide a legal explanation for what that use is. So it can help to distinguish between similar uses or clarify what types of uses actually qualify, or what types of activities actually qualify within a use, kind of saying, here's what's in, here's what's out. And then use standards are specific conditions or requirements for a particular use. So generally, these are answering the question of, how can this use occur here? And again, these might contain things such as setbacks, height or size restrictions, design requirements, maybe some operational requirements or safety regulations, etc. So before we get into the recommendations, we did want to provide an overview of the benefits or anticipated outcomes that we think will occur based on these recommendations. Certainly, we're anticipating that they would lead to more consistent interpretation and regulation. They're intended to reduce complexity and increase accessibility and ease of understanding for the portion of the zoning ordinance that deals with uses and use regulations. In some instances, we think that they'll streamline approvals while continuing to ensure that impacts are addressed. We also believe that they'll increase equity and then certainly support plan goals and policies and mayor and council priorities, including economic development priorities, making us more competitive in terms of annexation, et cetera. So the first high-level recommendation is to ensure that our use terms and definitions are clear and current. So currently within our zoning ordinance, we have outdated uses or uses whose meaning is unclear, many of which currently lack definitions, and we are looking to address all of that in the update to the zoning ordinance. We really think that this leads to inconsistency in interpreting and applying the regulations. It can cause difficulty for business owners and applicants that are trying to understand, for example, which use and regulations apply to their business or their development projects. So we are really working to modernize all of the use names so that they can be easily understood. An example here is that we currently have a use called alcoholic beverages for consumption off the premises, and we are proposing that that use be renamed to alcoholic beverage retail establishment. We're also working to define all use terms so that the definitions are clear and accurate, eliminating overlap between different use terms, and importantly, removing regulations from the definitions themselves. And if there are regulations that need to be applied, they would be applied as use standards. So in some instances, this will result in policy changes or is proposed to result in policy changes. And a notable change that would entail a policy change in this area relates to home-based business enterprises. So currently we do have 3 different categories within our home-based business enterprise definition. They are no impact, low impact, and major. We are proposing to change those very slightly to little to no impact, low impact, and major. I'll get into that in a minute, but I imagine that there are some questions around what a home-based business enterprise might entail. So some examples of this use type include lawyers or doctors who operate out of a residential dwelling, tutoring, piano lessons, in-home hairstylists, things of that nature. This does not include telework. It does not include an in-home daycare. Those are regulated separately. It does not include a bed and breakfast. That's also considered to be a separate use. So there are some things that you might say, okay, this is a business operating in what looks like a dwelling or what is a dwelling. Is that a home-based business? In many instances, yes. In some specific instances, no. So again, we have 3 categories that are broken out here. We're proposing, again, little to no impact. This would qualify for businesses that have no non-residential employees and no retail sales, along with very few customer client vehicle visits. Low impact would be, they would allow non-resident employees and then customer or client vehicle visits, which are minimal. And then major home-based business enterprises would really be reserved for those that allow a proposed conditional use, not a special exception. So we propose this change because currently our thresholds are very low, to the point that in many cases they basically preclude the establishment of home-based businesses. So we think that by updating these definitions, it would allow slightly more increased flexibility to permit those low-intensity home-based businesses, and then allow the major ones with use standards that minimize their impact as a conditional use and not a special exception. The next recommendation is to update our list of uses. So we are proposing to do a few different things here, which might seem kind of common sense. Really, we're proposing to introduce new uses, eliminate outmoded uses, and then consolidate uses. We are proposing to introduce new uses for a few different reasons. One of them is to implement comp plan recommendations, particularly around housing diversity, economic development, and climate action. We're also proposing to introduce new uses in order to account for emerging trends, things that have come along in the days since our last zoning ordinance rewrite, and in very limited cases to clarify existing regulations. We're proposing to eliminate some of our functionally obsolete uses. For example, taxi cab services. We just don't anticipate that there are going to be many taxi cab services, or archival record storage, duplicating services within the city. So we do think that we can safely remove those uses from the zoning ordinance. And then finally, we are proposing to consolidate uses in instances where it's either logical or supported by the comprehensive plan. So an example here is that we have a use called consumable goods to be used in the home, and another that's called durable goods to be used in the home. Similarly, they are not immediately apparent what these things might mean, but the consumable goods use is really includes things like grocery stores, hobby and craft supplies stores, drugstores. The durable goods use is things that are more durable: bicycle shops, hardware stores, home furnishing stores. In both of these cases, we're proposing to combine them into a use called retail establishment. So one of the benefits that we anticipate here is that something that was, for example, a hobby shop could be refit as an antique store with only a tenant fit out permit. Currently, because one of those, the hobby shop, is a consumable goods to be used in the home use, and it would be transitioning to a durable goods to be used in the home use, that antique store, it would be considered a change of use, and it would need to go through a more time-consuming minor site plan amendment process. But because we're saying, nope, these are really effectively the same use or similar enough that they can be considered as such, they're both retail establishments, they would only need to go under this proposal through a tenant fit out permit. In addition to that, what would result in time savings for some of these uses when they change, we're also anticipating that this would simply make the use table clearer and simpler, increasing its usability and again, reducing those review times in certain instances. So the change that we wanted to highlight for this recommendation relates to the regulation of more than 5 unrelated tenants. Whereas the change that we were proposing with our first recommendation, that notable change was a policy change, this one really is not. This is more of a cleanup. So currently, we regulate the number of unrelated individuals living in a dwelling through a couple of different areas of city code. You kind of need to cobble together information from both the zoning ordinance, including a couple of different definitions, as well as use permissions in the use table, along with information related to rental licensing in our rental facilities code. So you need to take all of this different information from different sections of the code, and by analyzing it really close read, you can understand our regulations. So what we're proposing to do is to move the regulations into Chapter 18, our rental facilities and landlord tenant relations chapter entirely, and remove them from the zoning ordinance. So again, this would be retaining our current policy, but the impacts would be that it would increase transparency and also equity, in part because we are proposing to remove the definition of family from the zoning ordinance. Currently, part of the thing that we're relying on in order to get to our regulations is a use called boarding house and a definition called family. It puts our code enforcement staff in a position of having to determine who is family, who is not family, which has, as you can imagine, inequitable implications in some cases and really makes enforcement quite difficult. So we also anticipate that this would strengthen enforcement by using those existing rental license and enforcement processes. Our third high-level recommendation is to update our use permissions and use standards. The notable change here is that we are proposing to convert many of our special exception uses to conditional or permitted uses. This is something that was recommended through FAST 2 and included in the staff report for the September FAST 2 work session. So as I've mentioned, our special exceptions require Board of Appeals review in addition to whatever their regular site plan process would be. So we are proposing that this would continue to apply for our 10 most impactful uses as we've identified them. And then the other ones which are currently special exceptions in one or more zones would be converted to either conditional or permitted uses. So we really looked into these to understand which were what we thought to be our less impactful uses. These would go through the standard review process, and we would still, in some cases, retain use standards that align with our city goals and policies and mitigate potential impact where necessary. To have a closer look at these, we wanted to include on this slide and on the next slide the full list and proposed use permissions of our currently existing special exception uses that are proposed to be retained within the ordinance. So you can see in red the ones that are proposed to have a change. So we've highlighted both the use itself along the left-hand side. So anything that is black, the use permissions are not proposed to change. When it comes to those special exceptions, anything that is red is proposed to change, proposed to be converted to either that conditional, as you can see here, conditional, these C uses, or in some instances, permitted uses. And you can see that there's nuance here, right? Because not every single zone has a special exception use listed for a particular use. So in some instances, you might have a use like life care facility where it's a special exception in certain zones, but then in others, it's either permitted or conditional. And here's the end of that table here. So I'll pause here for a moment for you all to have a little bit more time with this before moving on. And another notable change in this area or within this recommendation that we wanted to note relates to allowing the development of multifamily housing on property owned by nonprofits or places of worship. So this recommendation was included in the September 2024 Housing Supply Work Session. And this would allow, again, for nonprofits and places of worship to develop multifamily housing in all zones, regardless of whether that is permitted on other properties within that zone. So the thinking here is that that would allow these facilities to utilize excess land for their mission-based purposes. And it also would be following the example of Montgomery County and the state of California. So we have reached the end of this section, and we have a slide here to remind you all of the feedback that is requested within this section.
Thank you, Holly. I wanted to see if we can go in, if there are any overarching questions, like broad, because we're going to go deep into each one of these to take them one at a time. So before we go on to item, okay, so hand removed. Okay. Can you please, because there's a lot here.
I'm sorry, I'm having audio issues. I think I'm actually not able to hear at the moment.
Okay. Jeff, how would you like to proceed? Is there someone else from the panel who can help?
Yeah, Jim, are you available? Wasilek, are you available to help answer questions?
Yes, I'm available.
Okay, and I'm wondering if we can just go to section 1, just to flash those slides and then stop at the recommendation slide.
me, since Holly can't hear us, I'm going to communicate with her separately. Hang on just a moment.
Okay.
I'm back on. I apologize about
Yay.
that.
No worries. Thank you, Holly. You did a fantastic presentation. We really appreciate it. So I was just asking if we can, and Jim, thank you for being ready. Hang on for us just in case. I'm asking to see if you can go back to section 1, the new home-based business definition standards, and then we can kind of quickly go through those slides and then land on the recommendation, just so we can go back to that. Thank you. Okay. I know I sent this question in. I think this makes a lot of sense to help streamline. Just for the record, I asked the question of would this have any impact on childcare businesses, and was told it would not make it more difficult to do the childcare businesses. So just wanted to confirm for the public that we would not be, because I know we've had a whole dedicated work session on how we need more childcare. This would not have a negative impact. Actually, there will be a more positive impact in the future. So does anyone have any questions? Councilman Valeri, on this one section?
Yes, just this one section, I promise. Holly or anyone, can you explain a little bit more how is minimal being defined? I'm trying to figure out what the clear line is between low impact and major. Like, is there a upper limit on vehicle visits for that would then bump something up to major?
Thank you for that question. I might defer to Jim on that.
And I would say we are still looking at what those limits might be. We wanted to establish the 3 categories, which essentially mimics Montgomery County, although we have the ability to define them ourselves. Previously, we had kind of no impact, which no one had any inkling that there was a home-based business going on, and the other end of the spectrum where they were outside employees and trips and et cetera. So things have changed in the last 16 years in terms of how people work from home. So we thought it would make sense to kind of have a middle ground, that we all know that there are deliveries and things that might give some indication that there is a business being operated in a home that is still not particularly impactful to the neighborhood. We're all getting business. We're all getting deliveries, even though we're not running businesses from our home. So we wanted to maintain the little to no impact category, which would essentially have almost no trips. Could you get a package delivered once in a while? Of course. But the low impact or the middle grade might mean there's 1 to 2 visits per day. That would add up to maybe 10 to 20 trips per week. And that would contrast with a major home-based business, which would be beyond that. So there might be more than 2 employees, which would account for trips plus clients coming in, et cetera. So that would be essentially beyond the 20 trip maximum, which we have now.
Yeah, no, and thank you for that, Jim. I appreciate that. So there's really only 2 concerns for me that come out of this slide. Is that one, if there's 0 impact, are we actually then asking folks to then self-identify that they're engaged in a business enterprise in their own home? To me, that feels a little invasive if there's 0 impact on the community. A, and then B, I see a difference between, and I'm hoping maybe my gut is correct on this, that the issue with or I'm sorry, the difference with home-based childcare is that um, the visits are of a very minimal time frame. They are, drop off, pick up sort of situations, and that could be different from somebody going to a in-home dentist's office, which we actually have one nearby, and that may take a long time. As I've seen some cars that have been there for a while, which is no problem. But I just was wondering how we're going to capture those things. And then, again, would this then require someone who's engaged in a home-based business enterprise with zero impact to still in some way register with the city because they would have to be in an area, you know what I mean? Like I'm trying to figure out how that would really work.
Now, currently, we don't require the no impact businesses to have any sort of registration or inspection with the cities, and I don't think we're expecting to change that. Um, Regarding childcare,
Okay.
that is a separately regulated use, and to the degree that they would be conditional uses, then they would have a different set of conditional use requirements than you might see on kind of the more broader based home-based business regulations.
That makes sense. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Just to my colleagues, you're coming off screen, so I'm trying to click on you to see your hand. So feel free to message me if I don't call on you and you want to be called. Councilmember Jackson.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be brief. Thank you for this presentation. I just want to ask this question about the home-based businesses. So, looking back over the years, I've had various complaints on my time on the HOA board for people that are doing carpentry or auto-based businesses in their homes. So I just want to clarify with you guys when we talk about major. Are we talking about people that are wanting to do carpentry in their homes or their garage, or doing an auto-based business? Or so, what exactly is the threshold for being a major business, and why would those not be included, or why would they?
Well, first off, there are certain things that are not allowed to occur in any home-based business, certain emanations, noise, pollution, things like that, that would rule out many businesses that would tend more toward an industrial use. I will say that some businesses, if they can be maintained entirely within a structure and all of those kind of negative aspects can be controlled, that potentially they could be a home-based business. If there was a carpenter that wanted to operate a business, or a woodworker out of his detached garage, his or hers, and they could maintain, meet all of the aspects that they were required to, then that would be okay. But it's the major really comes about with the amount of employees that are coming to the site and the number of clients that are coming to the site. So it really starts to veer toward something that might normally be located in an office park or in a retail center.
No, thank you. I think that helps clarify to me and also to others who might be watching. So we're talking about basically non impactful kind of businesses. They wouldn't be an auto body, or maybe carpentry isn't the right example, but noise or kind of disrupting the neighborhood to an extent with the pollution and the rest. So thanks actually for clarifying that, because I think when I heard the changes that you guys wanted to make, and you wanted to make major businesses, I was worried until I kind of dug in a little bit and asked questions of the city manager. So I just want to clarify that for anybody that might be watching. So thank you.
Thank you. I'm looking for additional hands. I'm not seeing any, but so I'm going to straw poll if that's okay. I'm just doing one final check. Give me a second. Oh, Councilman Van Grack. All right. Please proceed with your question.
Thanks. I was just going to add that I know how difficult this is, and it's kind of complicated, but I really appreciate staff's effort to get into the details here, because I think this is really a strong and good way to go.
Thank you, team. I think this simplifies things quite well, and adds some consistency. So thank you. And also, it will save the Board of Appeals and some expensive processes. I understand we've heard from them before. So, all right. So I'm going to do a straw poll. Who's in favor of recommendation 1? Just looking. I'm just making sure that our city clerk can see. And if you have any questions, it looks unanimous to me. Let me just see here. One more. Okay, unanimous. All right. Let's move on to recommendation 2, please. If we could just flash through those slides and, okay, perfect. So I'll start here. This is something I wrote in about. I totally understand the intent. What I want to ensure is that what I didn't hear in the presentation, but I did read in the brief book, is that you might take the approach of limiting the number of people who can be in a single family home. I don't know if that is what's intended, and I would welcome your explanation on that. And I totally understand what you're trying to accomplish, and this is a difficult one. My concern is coming from a culture where there's intergenerational living, as well as thinking about immigrant communities where people, aunts, cousins live together. I just worry about how do we not inadvertently impact some of our diverse communities. So I was kind of in favor of keeping what we have, but I understand the difficulty on staff. I just do not want to do something that would have an impact on intergenerational living, which actually has a lot of positive social benefits for childcare and caregiving for parents, et cetera, and some of our different kinds of cultures and immigrant communities. So if you could speak to how you would avoid that, or if maybe this is not a worry to be concerned about. I just want to make sure we're bringing this issue up.
No, I think that absolutely makes sense. And certainly there are diverse household types and diverse families. So I think that's something really that we are hoping to address honestly in a more equitable manner. We're really not proposing to reduce the number of folks that can live within a single dwelling. Really the impact is to take the same policy and relocate it from the zoning ordinance and chapter 18 entirely into chapter 18. So the language would change a little bit. We wouldn't be relying on use of the term family anymore, which we do have a legal definition for within the zoning ordinance. Instead, we'd be speaking to related persons or something of that nature, so that we're no longer having to define what is and is not a family. But ultimately really keeping those same policies in place, but within chapter 18. However, I would say if Mayor and Council directs us to retain the definition of family, I believe that that could be relocated to chapter 18 as well. I think in our assessment, we just thought that having a definition of what is and is not a family was perhaps not the direction that we wanted to go.
I hear what you're saying. I will just note, I'm going to read from the language here. Maybe that's where I got tripped up. To increase transparency, equity, and enforceability, the zoning ordinance rewrite proposes that Chapter 18, Division 3 clearly establish the occupancy limit for single unit dwellings. So that's kind of where that language really spoke to me and just made me think about some of our communities. And so I'd rather have what we have now, if that's going to have an inadvertently inequitable impact on some of our diverse cultures and immigrant communities. So I wanted to flag that concern. I see Councilmember Valeri and then Councilmember Shaw.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you for raising the issue of many family members and however we want to define family, chosen or not chosen family. I definitely don't want to get into the weeds of trying to define for others what family means. But acknowledging that, especially coming from a culture where many generations live under the roof, and I know there are other council members and mayor know this as well. You could have very extended family, um, blood relation family all under one roof. And as long as everybody is, the numbers are well within fire regulations in order to keep people safe, then I don't see why we would need to change this. I think my biggest concern with this item, and maybe it's captured in something else, but we're talking about the regulation of more than 5 unrelated tenants. And for me, the first thing that hit me immediately after large multi-generational family living in a single unit is transitional housing. And as I understand it, my neighborhood is here in Twin Brook. We're home to a lot of transitional housing, and it's something that I'm proud of, that we're proud of, to create that space. I would not want to increase the burden on nonprofits and trusted partners to be able to acquire, especially in single family home um, zoned areas, to limit their ability to create transitional housing for individuals, whether they're survivors of domestic violence or reentering after incarceration. This is something that I think that is a community good. So can you tell me, and again, transitional housing would not fall under rental facilities or landlord tenant relations because these individuals are not by and large paying rent. This is more of like a community good. And also how this would also affect, could possibly affect other smaller facilities for individuals who are experiencing homelessness or unhoused. So could you talk a little bit about those two residential uses and how they would be, if at all, impacted by these changes, in particular moving into Chapter 18?
Absolutely. The short answer is that it would not be impacted at all. You are correct in identifying that that's kind of separate and aside from this consideration. We actually, it's rather similar to the question of home-based businesses versus childcare and home childcare. It's a separate use. So right now we're using this boarding house term to regulate this through the zoning ordinance, but we also have group homes, both large and small. So currently, and we are proposing to move forward with this, you are permitted to have a small group home, so 8 or fewer individuals within a dwelling unit in that kind of transitional group housing as a permitted use by right.
Okay. Then that really assuages my fear. I just wanted to make sure that that's still an option, given that there is still such a great need. So, with that understanding and with the protection for multi-relative, multi-generational living, I am good with this updated definition and how it would be implemented. Anything to make it easier for folks who are, just wanting to have that space, and any way that we can um, identify any bad actors. I think is a good thing, is a good policy. And I thank you for your explanation.
Councilmember Shaw.
So I want to echo my colleagues and thank staff with addressing this. Just a quick question. How did you, was there any data or anything behind ensuring that this is going to increase equity? Could you walk me through a little bit how you came to that conclusion? If there was data or feedback from community members, how is this advancing equity?
The increase in equity really lies in removing that term family from the zoning ordinance. So it's not necessarily hard data based, but kind of best practices indicate that including a definition of what is and is not a family within your zoning ordinance outside of an equity concern, it kind of seems a little bit unnecessary and something that a zoning ordinance should perhaps not be regulating, but trying to regulate it can result in disequitable outcomes for individuals where our code enforcement staff is going out and having to try and assess whether individuals living within the same home are a family or not. That is not necessarily an equitable practice and something that they have really struggled with and has led to difficulty in doing their jobs and not the greatest impact for those who are, needing to comply with these regulations. So it's not necessarily quantitative data driven, but that's really where it lies, is in that term and definition, eliminating both of those.
So it's more from feedback and experience. Thank you.
Thank you. I just wanted to follow up on the question. I understand the need to move it to, or the desire to move it to chapter 18. I'm okay with that. You are not then intending, I know you're also trying to be careful because there have been some situations where there's been some abuse of the system, and I know that there've been tenants who have been vulnerable and some of the, you call it the whale homes that have popped up. So I understand what you're trying to accomplish here. I also don't want to see that there's a limit on how many family members can live together. I feel like that can be arbitrary. So how would you achieve that with this recommendation?
So this recommendation really is focused more on unrelated tenants. So we would continue, and Jim, correct me if I'm wrong on this, but we are not proposing to introduce any limitations on the number of family members that can live together.
Okay, thank you. And then related to this, I remember last term there was a discussion about safety for tenants. And there were people who were renting out multiple rooms in their home, but they weren't getting rental licenses. They may have basement apartments without the proper egress windows, etc. So you are going to put forth the regulation on requirement for the rental license.
Jim might be able to speak a little bit more to that, but for the purposes of the zoning ordinance, we really wouldn't be addressing that at all. Moving the regulations into Chapter 18, I think, would potentially create a clearer avenue for addressing that policy change through amendments to Chapter 18. But I also understand I don't have the full history there. So Jim, if there's anything you think necessary to add, please absolutely do so.
No, I think this similar issue will be moved to Chapter 18, and as that chapter is being evaluated and perhaps rewritten, that can be incorporated into that, like these other pieces.
Okay, and we'll be addressing that this fall. Is that right, Mr. Mihalik?
Yes, I was thumbed upping and realized you couldn't see me. October work session, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, Councilmember Fulton. Councilmember Fulton, are you good now? Or did you have?
My bad. I want to make sure I'm understanding this part of the conversation. I understand the intent of this recommendation is to avoid attempting through regulation to define a family. Agree with that. I also think it's attempting to make sure that we can preserve multi-generational housing. And obviously, I think we all agree with that. What I can't quite figure out, and maybe it's because I don't see the language like current and future, and it'll come to that, is like how you're doing that. Because to the mayor's point, if we are limiting unrelated persons, you're basically defining family. So I guess I'll be interested to see what the actual language changes are when it comes to that point. But in theory, if I understand what this recommendation is trying to do, I'm very supportive.
Thank you, Councilmember. Staff, do you have anything else you want to add there? I think you covered it. Okay. All right. So I think we're at that point. I don't see any other hands to just do a straw poll. And again, I will support with the caveat of being protective of culture and family. So I always want to qualify what I'm voting on. Who is in favor of recommendation 2? Dr. Miles, I can't see you. Okay, great. I'm just looking for, okay, perfect. All right, I think we're all good.
Oh, Madam Mayor, I apologize.
Councilmember Miles, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to quickly say I just associate myself with your comments.
All right, thank you.
That's fine.
All right, we're on to 3. So this one, This one is updating use permission and use standards, converting. This is really focusing on what is currently a special exception and will be moving to conditional. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. All right. Does anyone have questions about this section? And I'm referring to my notes, so I will see Councilmember O'Leary. Go ahead.
Yes, could we actually for this one, it's a little trickier because yes, thank you. It's like you read my mind. The table was extremely helpful. Thank you. Can you you might so I see. So transitional housing would fall under group home large, I presume, on here.
That is, so those are group homes, transitional housing included that are 9 or more persons. So anything smaller than that is permitted by right in those zones. So it's
Oh,
not
right.
included
Okay,
on this
cool.
table. It's a little confusing.
Gotcha. So that's 9 or more. Okay, that's interesting. And I find it interesting too that we segment out housing for senior adults and persons with disabilities. Is that single occupancy, or are we talking like multiple individuals in the same facility or same single unit?
It really covers any housing that is happening to house senior adults or persons with disabilities. So it's not telling you this is single unit detached or townhouse or multifamily, what have you. It's just indicating the occupants within the housing, and it's based on that.
Gotcha. Okay, because yeah, I find that kind of interesting as well, because I know that there are other vulnerable populations that there may be single occupancy, for lack of better phrasing, designations outside of older Americans and persons with disabilities. So I would want to kind of see that fleshed out a little bit more. Um, I know for me at least, there might be others. There are 2 that I'd like to kind of hear maybe what the working definition is, whatever the most current is, and that is life care facility and adult oriented establishment. That's the
Absolutely.
way you look at me.
Bear with me for just a moment.
It's okay. I know I just kind of sprung this on you. I apologize.
No, that's perfectly fine. Okay, so the current working definition for life care facility is a facility housed in a single building or group of buildings that provides continuing progressive care for residents, composed of a nursing home and any associated dwelling units for independent or assisted living. It may also include ancillary facilities for the enjoyment, service, or care of the residents.
Okay.
And then adult-oriented establishment. The working definition for that is any commercial establishment which devotes either 250 or more square feet or 5% of its gross floor area, whichever is smaller, to the retailing, distributing, exhibiting, and or storing of sexually oriented materials, which also has its own definition, I will note, or to affording customers with the opportunity to engage in sexually oriented activities. This term includes, but is not limited to, the following establishments which meet the criteria of this definition: bookstores, theaters or arcades, massage parlors, model studios, and nightclubs. It does not include hotels or motels. Theaters do not meet this definition unless a predominance of the pictures or performances exhibited constitute sexually oriented materials as defined herein. If you captured all
Excellent.
of
Yep. No, that I think that's very helpful. And I think we can all look to the Supreme Court definition of these sort of materials. We'll know it when we see it. So really my biggest concerns then are around again, two things actually. One, the housing for senior adults, older Americans, and persons with disability. I don't see those as needing. I could actually see that being a hindrance to make those conditional and not by right. And again, wanting to expand that to other areas. So sometimes I did mention transitional housing where there are multiple individuals, but sometimes that transitional housing is a single house, a single unit, right? Where it is meant as kind of like a place where somebody can receive, have a roof over their head as they're moving on to or getting away from a certain situation or otherwise. So I'd want to see that expanded, and I would want to see it as by right the same uh, the same as you mentioned before with as by right for the larger transitional housing. And thank you for the definitions. I was not trying to make it awkward. I just, of course, of all the people, I'll just throw out and ask the most awkward questions so my colleagues don't have to.
Thank you. Councilmember Fulton.
That was a fair question, Councilmember Valeri. I thought it was like estate planners and acupuncture for my sciatica. That's good to know. That's not what we're talking about. What I was gonna say is exactly what Councilmember Valeri said, and I support it. The housing for senior adults and persons with disabilities. I actually would like to see that expanded too, based on how you described what it is. I would want that to be more permitted in more places. So I just support that comment and exploring that is all. Thanks.
I have a clarification on that very point. So it's my understanding that a smaller group home, less than 9, as well as housing for seniors, that we have some of these within neighborhoods where it's a single family home. It's allowed by right by these nonprofits. So I just wanted to note that. What I'm trying to understand is you do put group home large. Do you mean to say this is a large facility? And that
The distinction between the small group home and the large group home, and again, this table is a little bit confusing just because we're not seeing the small group home represented here, but when you see the full use table, it would be small or group home large followed by group home small. It's not necessarily the size of the structure that is housing the individuals, it's the number of individuals that are being housed. So anything below between 1 and 8 individuals would qualify as the small group home, and then the large group home would be 9. I believe it's up to 16, but I'm not 100% certain if there is a cap on that. I would have to go and confirm to be absolutely sure.
Yeah, I also think for the chart and for people who are looking to understand our code in the future, just if we put large, put 9 or more, or just things that are further clarifying so that is not, you'd have to do guesswork to figure out what's permissible and what process you have to go through, I think would be very helpful. Because I'm still confused on the housing for adults. So I know that by right, you can do them at a small scale in a single family home. But what I'm curious about is it's not like you can build a full large nursing home here, right? That's my understanding. Can you clarify?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
So that housing for senior adults and person with disability, is that like people could just put a large scale facility, like an advanced care facility?
An advanced care facility would fall into this life care facility use.
That's what I
right
thought.
here. Yeah,
Okay.
exactly.
All right, I'm comfortable with what you've outlined. I do think, though, the descriptors could use a little bit of clarification so that the user it's more clear to the user. Sorry. Dr. Miles.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I largely attach or associate myself with you all's comments on this point. On this point number 3, and I can certainly support it. My basis of support is trying to figure out, as I believe was mentioned by staff, to what extent is this both safe as well as would it save time? It seems that it meets the safety criteria unchanged from the present state to what is being proposed, and it would allow for a faster approval time. That, along with the comments raised by my colleagues, are reasons that I would support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I ask a clarifying question? There's some comments about, I know I've asked questions about gas stations and the ability to convert to EV charging stations. Would that fit here or in a different section?
That actually fits in, is this right? I believe, let me actually look. I believe that that was addressed in a different portion of the staff report. Oh, no, so it is here, the automobile filling station. So we are proposing retaining that as a special exception in all zones where it would be permitted, with the one note being that I do believe that currently it is considered to be a special exception in our mixed use transit district zone. However, based on conversation and review, both from the comp planning staff and our environmental management division, as well as zoning staff, we thought that it would make sense in order to enhance walkability and transit orientedness in those zones to make it not permitted. The impact of that is that the existing gas stations would become non-conforming uses. I'm sure there might be some questions there, but we are planning on addressing non-conforming uses in more detail at the next work session. So I did just want to note that.
Yeah, I have concerns about changing the rights to that land that they currently occupy if they had to do renovation or wanted to do something significantly modifying to address. We don't know what transportation is going to look like in the future. Also, there's an example in Tacoma Park where they actually took an old gas station and made it all EV charging. And based on the staff response, that would not necessarily be allowed. So I just, that some of that stuff gives me pause and concern. So I don't necessarily support not allowing those kinds of changes. Could you give some description as to why we wouldn't allow someone to convert their gas station to all EV charging if they wanted to?
Absolutely. Again, this is staff's proposal. If Mayor and Council gives different direction, we would certainly respond to that. But in that zone, particularly those mixed use transit district zones, we thought that it would be appropriate to allow electric vehicle charging as an accessory use, so not the primary use on the site. So in this particular case, if an automobile filling station wanted to put in a few EV charging, some electric vehicle supply equipment, then they would be able to do that as an accessory use. But if they wanted to convert the whole property to electric vehicle charging, that would not be permitted, not because it's currently an automobile filling station, but because we're proposing that that would not be a permitted use within the zone for the entire property. So you could have a few of those stations, but not the entire property. The thought there was just that we want to encourage those areas to be more walkable, not that they're not appropriate for the city and shouldn't be encouraged elsewhere. There are a lot of zones. We had pretty liberal permissions that we're proposing for electric vehicle charging, which again, you're not seeing here simply because you're not seeing the whole proposed use table at this point in time. But we thought in that particular zone or that set of zones, they are less appropriate simply because you'd have cars coming in, coming out. It is a more auto-centric use, even if it is for supplying electric vehicles. However, if Mayor and Council says, our priority is that we have as much electric vehicle charging as possible and we don't want to have those restrictions, we would certainly, again, listen to that direction.
Thank you. I personally would support the flexibility of those property rights for the owners. Also, again, there's an example at Tacoma Park where they had a property that had gas, and there's a cleanup process to that, and it was prohibitive, and so they put in EV charging. It was a nice use. We also have an old gas station that's been sitting vacant on Rockville Pike for such a long time. I don't know all the limitations on why that hasn't moved, but if they want to put EV charging there and not just have it sit vacant because they don't have flexibility in changing the use, I wouldn't want to get in the way of that. Councilmember Valeri.
Thank you. This is actually an extremely personal issue for me, as I could throw a stone and hit a automobile filling station, from my front porch. So I guess this is kind of an overlap, right? Like, clearly, being as close as it is, my home is, without giving anything away, is basically half a block from it, and so it's within a very small space from residential, and I think the environmental impact, which I'm sure played a huge part in how we're looking at permitted and conditional and special exception for this kind of particular usage. Um, I can tell individuals that even even on the best of days, when the stations are being filled, more gas is being put into them, it is very pungent and overwhelmingly the smell. I know that we've talked about smells in other areas when we talk about zoning, but in this particular instance, it is not comfortable to be outdoors. So I would like to see even, looking at as far away as possible from residential areas. So I'm kind of a I'm a little concerned about letting it be a special exception for mixed use, because you're going to have individuals living there, um, in theory, above, wherever. And I could see that presenting similar challenges. And then, as an aside, I really wish we could change the grandfathered in folks from the 1950s when it was okay to have a filling station that close to a home. But yeah, no, I think it would have to be, yeah. I don't know what exception I would feel comfortable having it in any of the pink, light red, whatever we want to call it, any of the M zones. However, that would all change if they were converting a gasoline based filling station to an EV based filling station. I don't have the same concerns.
Hi, council members, Jim Waslak. I just wanted to add that actually one of the special exception criteria is a separation distance between residential and gas stations that are required, that can only be approved by special exception in our MX zones. So that is a current requirement, and we likely would maintain that.
Councilman Valeri, is that a new hand? Or?
That's an old hand, but a quick follow up to. So, Jim, what, just as an aside, what is the distance right now that's allowable?
It's
To like, what
400
is
feet.
the closest? 400 feet. Okay,
Yeah.
that definitely will be something that would be interesting. It'd be cool to incentivize it as well for EV charging stations, like finding ways to incentivize that. But that's a different discussion. Yeah, I'm just having, again, knowing it's special exception. I I I get it, but having experienced what I do experience, I don't wish that upon others, and I don't think the environmental impact is good long term.
Thank you. So I've heard greater clarification on the group home and senior and older Americans and homes for people with disabilities. Um, does anyone else is anyone else open to allowing conversion to EV? So, because right now it's not allowed. Dr. Miles.
Yes, I'd be on board with allowing a conversion to EV charging.
Okay, I'm seeing thumbs up from a majority. I also saw a hand from Councilmember Fulton.
Thanks. I just wanted to clarify one thing on that question. Yes, I'm in favor of gas stations changing to EV. Yes, but I want to make sure the restriction is not on that happening anywhere. The restriction is on trying to limit the number of like automobile-centric establishments in the heart of town center. I did just take the time to look up where it is in Tacoma Park. It is not in a town center, like the way we look at downtown. So I guess I'm in favor of being able to do that. I don't mind the restriction in the heart of what we want to be our most walkable area to sort of phase out automobile-centric establishments.
Thank you for your comments. I also had a question about this. Would the faith-based housing be under this one? Allowing out more housing on faith-based land?
That is addressed in the next recommendation.
Okay, I will hold. Is there anything else of note that is a major change that you would like to point out to us?
I don't believe so at this time. Thank you for asking, though.
Okay, thank you. All right. With that said, let's just do a straw poll. We approve with the comments we have made.
Yeah, my caveat for sure is on the conditional portion of the housing for senior adults. I would prefer that to be permitted. I don't know if that means I'm a yay for everything else. Not quite sure how you want to capture that.
Thank you. Will you guys come back to when I know you're going to bring this back again? There's a couple work sessions. Will we be able to see how things are laid out and how you interpreted our responses?
I think that would be feasible to provide an update. Yeah, just make sure we're on the right track.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, so now we're on to recommendation 3, use and permissions and use standards. Biggest change is allowing development of multifamily housing on property owned by nonprofits and places of worship. This is something we discussed during the housing work session. I know I've raised the faith-based housing and others have as well. So I really appreciate you bringing this forward. This would allow that to be developed in all zones. And just to clarify, I sent this in my comments. I didn't see it in the report, but you did note it in the response. So I really appreciate that by state law, faith-based and nonprofits can already do missing middle housing. So that is, and I know we kind of went through some discussions about that previously. So I just want to make sure everywhere we're talking about it, we're kind of clarifying what is already allowable. But this would be for beyond missing middle, more substantial multifamily housing. Do you want to say anything else about this slide?
No, I think you've captured it.
Okay. And the question I would have here is, I've gone around and looked at many of the the faith-based institutions, which is very much more clear to be able to see who owns what land. It's not as much, it's not as easy to identify the nonprofit specific space. And most of the faith-based institutions I've looked at, they're kind of like in a corner on a transition zone, on a major corridor. There's some very limited cases where it's right smack in the middle of a block, and sometimes that block is small and small street size. So I'm just curious, how would you handle that sort of situation, making sure there's infrastructure and that there's spacing and all that? So what would be the proposal on how to deal with that?
My mind goes to two things. And the second, we still need to work out the details of. But the first is they would be subject to our development regulations as they are applicable to that property and to that use, kind of generally. But then also, we would be looking at including use standards potentially. So things like height restrictions that are specific to this use to ensure they're a little bit more compatible with the zone that they're located in. Perhaps looking at use specific setbacks, etc. And we do have access to Montgomery County's ordinance, which if Mayor and Council directs us to pursue this, we certainly would be looking at to understand what the surrounding areas or what's acceptable in the surrounding areas for faith-based institutions and nonprofits.
Okay, that's great. I wouldn't want to do that universal height limitation in the same way as a context specific situation. I don't know if there's a way to separate those out, because there are most places where it's really, I'm just looking at in my brain thinking about so many of the faith-based institutions where it's perfect to have multifamily. There's just a few that are in small corners or small streets. I don't know if there's a way for you to handle that, but I'm sure you'll figure it out. Does anyone else have questions on this one? Councilman Valeri.
I just had a thought actually on that, and that would be kind of a blend of our ADU regulations and allowing this and making it. I'm making it a permitted use on land owned by nonprofits and places of worship. Like if there was a proposal for, and I saw this I think in another jurisdiction in Maryland where there was. ADUs, tiny homes that were fell well within the regulations of ADUs, but there were multiple of them on a parcel of land that was owned by, I think it was a place of worship in this instance. I would want to allow that because I think it is it definitely fulfills a need. And I can't see why in general, I can't see why this as a whole wouldn't be a problem. And I hope we can get this moving sooner rather than later.
Thank you. And I will also say transparently, I have reached out to some faith-based institutions to consider it, and I've raised this, so I want to be forthcoming in that, because there are some faith-based institutions that want to be helpful in solving a crisis, and others that are also trying to figure out how to deal with their financial management of their property. So I think it can serve a lot of uses. Councilmember Shaw.
Yeah, I just had a question in terms of serving a number of uses. So for this is more long-term type housing instead of like a shelter.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I think right now, oh, sorry, Councilmember, go ahead.
Oh, Madam Mayor, I was just going to share that I support this as well.
Thank you. And I think right now, there's some limitations just because I've encountered this recently where they can do what state law allows. I know that's something that the team has gotten used to and is allowing that. And then they think they can do senior housing, correct? A faith-based institution.
I would defer to Jim.
Yes, that is correct. Most of our places of worship actually are in our single-family residential zones, which do allow senior housing.
Okay, so this would allow to serve other generations.
Yes.
Okay, and you guys will look at maps to figure out the context specific, how do you separate out and the height guidance that you're going to allow greater height in some places. Okay. All right, did I see another hand? Dr. Miles.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just wanted to say I support this recommendation by staff.
Thank you. And any other comments before we straw poll? Okay. I have one. This would come to Mayor and Council for approval, the new projects.
Oh, I think I mean it would be dependent upon where they fall in terms of the points table and other things as well. I would defer to John on that if you have a more specific answer that you can provide at this time, John Foreman.
No, Holly, that's correct. Good evening, Mayor and Council. John Foreman, Development Services Manager. And Holly said it correctly. It would depend on the scale of the project and how it falls in the point system, which I'll be discussing later.
Okay, thank you. We'll get to that later then. So generally, I'm just going to ask for a straw poll on recommendation 3. All those generally in favor. I know we're going to get more details and staff is going to do more homework. Please raise your hand. And I'm just looking to see hands to see if we're missing. Please keep your hands up. Okay, we've got everybody in favor. Thank you. Let's move on to recommendation 4.
We have reached the end of our uses section. So if you see fit, we can move on to parking.
Okay.
All right, so the zoning ordinance rewrite also, in addition to everything you just addressed and everything you'll address later with the process section, but the zoning ordinance rewrite proposes significant changes also to modernize our parking and loading requirements. So this section really is going to focus on enhancements related to Vision Zero, which are proposed, and then revisions proposed to right size the minimum and maximum parking requirements that are contained within the zoning ordinance currently. I do want to note there are a number of things that we are not going to be highlighting or focusing on this evening, but that you can anticipate seeing more of with the draft zoning ordinance. And these include new provisions for compact spaces, electric vehicle parking, parking lot solar canopies, and then updated provisions for shared parking, which there was a bit of information about that in the staff report, but I won't be going over it in this presentation, as well as updated requirements for loading spaces as well. So we are asking for 5 pieces of guidance. Do you support our parking changes to further Vision Zero? Do you support the proposed by right adjustments? Do you support instituting parking maximums for most zones? Do you support eliminating parking requirements within a half mile of metro and a quarter mile of bus rapid transit, consistent with what was adopted with the town center master plan, which would be implemented regardless through the zoning ordinance rewrite? And do you support revising the process for requesting parking reductions that I will outline in a moment? So first up is our recommendation to further Vision Zero. We have a couple of things here and we understand that this is a priority. So we are proposing to add, and this is primarily for clarity and accessibility of the zoning ordinance, we're proposing to add a new pedestrian and bicycle facilities division to the ordinance. Currently, we have regulations that are required for projects to provide pedestrian and bicycle facilities, but they are scattered in a number of different locations in the zoning ordinance. Some of them are in the parking regulations, some of them are in the mixed use districts. So we really thought it would be useful to centralize them and locate them in one place to highlight that this is a priority and to make it easier to understand what you actually need to do in terms of pedestrian and bicycle facilities. We are also proposing to require bicycle parking for both principal and accessory uses. This one is a little bit of an interesting one. You may be aware that with our vehicular parking requirements, they are calculated based on all of the uses on the site, whether it's the main use or a supporting use, an accessory use. You have to look at those uses and provide parking for all of them. When it comes to our bicycle parking, we only require currently for bicycle parking to be provided for the main or principal use on the site. And we thought that's not really in alignment with the city's goals or priorities. So we think that bicycle parking should be calculated and required for both principal and accessory uses. We are also proposing to clarify our bicycle parking location requirements. Currently, we have a couple of pages dedicated within the zoning ordinance to where bicycle parking needs to be in relation to entrances. In principle, there's not really anything wrong with it, but it will be clarified. It's a little bit confusing at this point. We think it can be significantly simplified and brought into alignment with other jurisdictions. And finally, we are proposing to add provisions for pedestrian visibility at parking facility entrances. This is something that was brought to our attention by our pedestrian and bicycle coordinator, who said this is really necessary. So this is a brief ad, really just a line or two, but clarifying that where a sidewalk intersects a parking facility entrance or access point, there needs to be a certain distance within where there are no structures allowed in that area, a certain distance from the access. Moving on to our second recommendation, we are proposing that our parking minimums and maximums be right-sized. So this involves a number of things I'll go into some detail on. The first of which is updating our minimum requirements. A little bit of background on this, not quite as much as with the uses, but just so we, again, all have kind of an understanding of what we're talking about here. The zoning ordinance includes what we call a parking table, which, similar to the use table, is a matrix. And within this matrix, it establishes our minimum parking requirements. So it identifies our number of spaces that are required for each use, regardless of zone. So this does not vary from one zone to another. It's dependent solely on the use. Each of these minimum requirements is shown as a ratio. So for example, it might be based for a multifamily development on the number of bedrooms that you have. So with more bedrooms, you have an increased minimum parking requirement, might be based on gross floor area, number of employees, etc. So our first thing that we would like to do within this section of updating the minimum parking requirements is to base those minimum requirements on objective units of measure, things that can be known at the time of entitlement when an applicant is actually going through the development review process and these requirements are being imposed upon them. So we are proposing to remove ratios that are based on things like number of employees, number of work vehicles, things that you really might not know during that entitlement stage because you're developing a mixed use building and you don't know what tenants are going to come into the space. And if you don't know what tenants are going to come into the spaces, you don't know how many employees and how many vehicles they are going to require. So in the vast majority of these instances, we are proposing to replace those requirements for minimum parking based off of number of employees or number of work vehicles, et cetera, to be replaced with requirements that are based on gross floor area. We are also, for the whole list of uses within the parking table, we are working to update those minimum requirements based on best practices. And this is an area where we really relied on our consultants. We have not met them yet, I don't believe, but we have been working with them since this project kicked off. So we are relying on Zone Co's recommendations here. They based their recommendations for updating these minimum requirements on both their knowledge of other municipalities and national trends. And where a range of ratios existed in the research and analysis they did, they tended toward the more liberal end of the spectrum with lower requirements as opposed to higher requirements. One additional thing that I would note here, and this is a little bit more specific, we are proposing to introduce visitor parking requirements for townhouses specifically at a rate of a half space per unit, which can be accommodated within the right of way. This is something that our Department of Public Works will sometimes require now through their parking waiver requirements, or the road code waiver. In fact, I think I got that wrong. Through their road code waivers, they will make this a requirement as well. So we are proposing to introduce that into the zoning ordinance specifically for townhouses. The final note on this updating the minimum requirements is that we are also working again with DPW, but also with our Department of Housing and Community Development colleagues to update the provisions describing when these minimum parking requirements apply. So we are wanting to introduce some flexibility, particularly for redevelopment projects or smaller uses where technically the calculation of the number of spaces that they need to provide increases, but it's less feasible for them to do so. So we want to have a little bit of kind of wiggle room or a buffer where if you are redeveloping a site and it's not a wholesale new development, these requirements might not apply to you for that low threshold of change. The second point on this slide is that we are proposing to introduce by right adjustments that are in order to support city goals. And this is something that actually was suggested to us during one of our focus groups and asked, we have a process for allowing reductions in parking requirements, but are there any things that we could know up front that we can just reduce our parking requirements or adjust our parking requirements for? So we looked at a number of different things and settled on allowing some by right downward adjustments when an applicant or a developer is proposing electric vehicle charging spaces, when they're providing MPDU apartments, when they are providing bicycle commuter facilities that are over and above what the code requires, and when they are providing pickup and drop-off spaces. We are also proposing to institute parking maximums for most zones. I will note that currently our zoning ordinance does include maximums specifically for the mixed-use transit district and the mixed-use corridor district. And they are incredibly inflexible. The code actually states that your minimum is your maximum, which means you cannot go below and you cannot go above. You have to hit the nail right on the head. So we thought that's quite inflexible, and also it doesn't quite go far enough. We're proposing that all of the mixed use zones, the industrial zones, the residential medium density zones, and our proposed residential high density zone have a maximum parking requirement, which would be 125% of the minimum requirement for the zone. This is again to encourage use of transit, to promote walkability, and to support other city goals. Finally, on this slide, we are proposing to eliminate parking requirements within a half mile of metro and a quarter mile of bus rapid transit. Again, this is consistent with a policy that was adopted for town center, but it would go one step further and apply it citywide. This is also consistent with policy that we see in Montgomery County and would follow many jurisdictions around the country. So again, we're anticipating that this would encourage transit use, reduce housing costs, allow for more density and walkability, and increase equity. I did want to highlight one of the comprehensive plan's transportation goals, which is to reduce off-street parking requirements to disincentivize driving, especially in mixed-use, high-density, and transit-served areas. And again, we think that this policy would be in alignment with that goal. And something before we go to the next slide, which will show you a map comparing the areas that were approved through the town center master plan for this policy versus what it would look like citywide. I did just want to say, I know you've heard this many times before through the town center process, but just because the parking minimums would be eliminated does not mean that parking would not get built. It just means that what gets built would be more dependent on the market and what financiers require. So here's the map of what this looks like on the left-hand side in town center. This is pulled, I don't think I pulled this from the town center master plan. It was from slides that were presented through the town center master plan adoption process. So you can see the areas in blue are the areas where the parking minimums have been eliminated, at least in terms of policy. The darker red circles are a half mile or a quarter mile and then a half mile from those transit stations. And on the right-hand side, we can see what that looks like citywide. Again, the smaller circles are the quarter mile from the transit station and the larger ones are the half miles from Metro. And final slide before I circle back on our requested feedback, we have our third recommendation to revise the process for requesting parking reductions. So we've talked a lot about kind of right-sizing those minimum parking requirements, in some cases eliminating them, introducing by right adjustments, but we also want to make sure that there's a path for all projects to request a reduction in parking requirements. So what we are proposing is that any project could request a de minimis reduction of up to 10%, which would be approved by the project's approving authority. And they would not need to submit additional materials for that. But if they wanted to go above 10%, then they would need to provide a parking demand analysis that supports what their request. And this again would be approved by the project's approving authority. I do want to highlight that that second bullet point in each of these reductions is an important one. Currently, the chief of zoning is not allowed to approve parking reductions for administrative approvals, but this would enable the chief of zoning to do so. Currently, when we have an administrative approval or a project that is subject to administrative approval and they request a parking reduction, that parking reduction needs to go by itself to the planning commission for their approval. And then it gets incorporated into the project approval, the rest of which is approved by the chief of zoning. So that can introduce additional time and cost into those projects. Again, probably a very small percentage of projects that have this scenario where the rest of the project is approved by the chief of zoning, but they need to get a parking reduction from the planning commission. But we did think it wasn't insignificant and would save time and again, cost and effort for those projects to enable the chief of zoning to approve those parking reductions that are associated with administrative approvals. That would take away a little bit of the approving, or like in those certain cases, the planning commission would no longer be approving those. They would still approve all of the parking reductions associated with the development approvals that go to them, and it would not in any way impact the mayor and council's ability to approve parking reductions in any circumstance. So again, here is the feedback that we are requesting on those those three recommendations, I suppose, but some of the questions within them or the recommendations within them.
Excellent. I just want to say well done. Appreciate the thorough analysis and expert opinion on this. I also appreciate you highlighting where there's a major change in authority. I think that is greatly appreciated by myself and my colleagues. So just again, thank you very much. I have three quick questions and then I'm going to look for hands. I don't see any yet, but you mentioned something about allowing reductions for projects with MPDUs. Would that be something by right if they are doing above and beyond the 15%? Almost like a bonus for them?
It's actually not. I suppose it could be perceived as an incentive, but it would be allowable for the development of any MPDU apartment units, whether or not they are required per our code requirements or they are provided over and above what is required.
I captured a comment that in general, you're trying to make the cost of developing the MPDs more affordable so that you might have a parking reduction already applied with the minimum. But if they want a further reduction and want to show something to what you're planning to be the chief of zoning, if they're producing additional affordable, shouldn't that be something that goes in the bonus point of, a trade-off that they're offering for that approval process?
So if they, just so I'm sure that I understand, and I can be specific actually about the adjustment that we're proposing. We're proposing that any MPDU apartment units specifically would have their parking requirement reduced by half. And that is what we see in Montgomery County as well. They in fact reduce their parking requirements for all MPDU MPDU units, whether they are apartment or another housing type by half. I do think that, so particularly, it actually wouldn't factor in necessarily to the reduction if they were requesting a parking reduction over and above that. Basically what would happen is that they could get another 10% off the top, that de minimis reduction. But then if they wanted to go above that, they would need to be providing a parking demand analysis at that point. So that's kind of how things layer. Yeah.
Okay. All right. I was just curious if they could do a parking demand analysis and or like I'm providing more. I'm just trying to find ways to get more affordability. That's all. So I appreciate some of the reductions that you considered. The other thing I wanted to ask about, and this is kind of going in the opposite direction, but it's based on history of things that have come before the previous mayor and council where doctors' offices are saying, I need more parking. And so I just want to make sure that with the parking maximums that you're proposing, that we wouldn't be causing a burden on one of the one of the areas that actually people are leasing space. So that was one that is fresh in my mind from last turn on the need for doctors' offices. And we do have quite a few. And I've seen some people trying to convert because of some of the other kinds of office uses softening in the marketplace. So I wanted to be mindful of that feedback we've heard from the community. So how would you handle that if it's a doctor's office? Would they still have a parking maximum?
So the parking maximums that we're proposing aren't separated out by use. They are applied kind of across the board. So even with the doctor's office, it would still, if it's within one of those zones that we listed, which it in all likelihood would be, those are the vast majority of the zones except for the residential zones, it would still have that parking maximum applied to it at 125% of whatever the minimum is. I think what we can do is take a look into what that minimum is or do a little bit more research there and follow up with that understanding.
Okay, yeah, I'd love to have the evidence. That is fantastic. I appreciate that. I just know that we've heard like can't lease the space unless or expand our doctor's offices unless we have this. So that's I want to be mindful of the whole commercial marketplace has really shifted and there are certain kinds that are still leasing space, and I want to make sure that we don't inadvertently cause a problem on commercial spaces. Okay. I think those are, oh, and then BRT. So BRT, I know we're proposing some changes. I support, trying to encourage more transit-oriented housing and walkability. I do believe that some parts of the BRT are closer than others. So I just wanted to flag that. making sure that it actually comes to fruition in the near future when these projects come online. Okay, I'm looking for hands. Dr. Miles, and then Councilman Valeri.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I support all of these. I thank you for the clarification on this great presentation about point number 3. I didn't understand the history, but how it was explained does make sense. And to that point, I can support these. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Valeri.
Thank you. And I appreciate the mayor bringing up the specific needs of in park medical office buildings. And especially we saw some of the constraints of that around COVID. And it's not insignificant to Rockville. Rockville has one of the largest numbers of physician offices and medical office buildings in the entire county. So I would be supportive of um, uh, pulling out that specific office space use. I think it's very different in terms of needs, and as was mentioned by the mayor during the last term, you know, uh, the community heard from a physician who actually was engaged in a clinical trial for the first Moderna vaccine, and how the parking structure made it difficult. He was still able to do it, but difficult to do that. And I think that our medical community, and in particular our medical research community, would benefit from having that particular use kind of pulled out and assessed differently than other office space uses. I just think it's a little bit different, especially in the utilization of spaces beyond employee parking. We're also dealing with a physician workforce shortage, and we don't want to encourage people to not hire new physicians into the area. So I would be supportive of that carve out. I very much support the feedback from the pedestrian and bicycle Vision Zero coordinator point person on the changes to further Vision Zero. On by right adjustments, we mentioned it during one of the previous agenda items, but I would like to see, in the interest of furthering the city's commitment to equity and inclusivity, looking at adjustments for inclusion of expectant mother slash new parent parking, as however we want to define it. It's all a big struggle of time. um, I would be also interested to see if we are including enough ADA uh, parking specifically, maybe dependent on the development, but applying again that same standard. If there's a particular community that needs more ADA parking spots, then that might be another shift and another adjustment. Um, for 4 and 5, I think I've been on record with a lot of this. I'll say it again. I completely support eliminating the parking requirements within half a mile metro, quarter mile of bus rapid transit. I think that's all extremely positive and lends itself toward our Vision Zero goals. Um, However, I would expand it to looking at reducing the parking maximums across the city. We are, as a whole, as a county and as a city, uh, data shows that we are very overparked. And you know, as we talked about during the Morguard MOU conversation, this is mm, uh, a huge issue as in terms of supporting development. And I apologize. I, I think I said maximum. I think I meant minimums, parking minimums across the city. I think that it's not just an issue for the transit centers. I think that it's an issue across the board. And if we're looking forward, being forward thinking into as best as we can anticipate um, what transit and transportation is going to look like in the future, um, coupled with utilization of cars and obtaining driver's license by the generations coming up after some of ours. I think it just makes sense to make those adjustments across the city and not just in the transit center. So for that reason, I think that the team is completely on the right track with all of these adjustments and changes. I think they're just a few small tweaks, in my opinion, and then that'll get us closer to a more forward-looking parking policy in the city.
Thank you. Councilmember Shaw and then Councilmember Fulton.
So I do support all of these, and I just wanted to note that for number 4, one of the reasons why I like this when we were discussing this for our town center conversation is that its applicability to a number of areas within the city. And so just wanted to uplift that, but I support all of these.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Fulton.
I also support all of these. I also, like Councilmember Valeri, would go further on some of the eliminating minimums. And I also just wanted to offer, dealing with the sort of medical establishments, I think it's a good point that we need to make sure there's enough parking there. And I'm wondering if that can, but I also, you're trying to revise this to not be about the use, which I think is smart because you don't really know if it's going to be a medical establishment, even though those have their own requirements. I'm wondering if the same process we had for requesting reductions in the minimums could be used for increases to the maximums. So that would allow the flexibility to cover that as well. Just a thought.
Thank you. Good idea. Councilman Van Grack.
So I was just going to say, I really appreciate staff's detail here. There's no question that you have heard the things that we're talking about with regard to parkings, minimums. I also support my colleagues saying that we could even go further, but the idea of us really focusing on the transit centers, the transit areas across the city and working on reducing our parking minimums, I think is just fantastic. So I wanted to echo some of my colleagues' comments and truly thank staff for listening to some of the direction that the mayor and council has worked forward.
Excellent. Thank you. I hope that you've landed safely. Councilmember Jackson.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to associate myself with comments others have made. I think this presentation is wonderful, and the parking discussion is really crucial to making progress. I just want to quote the staff what they put in the briefing book, but I think it really encapsulates it well. It says, eliminating parking minimums as described is anticipated to encourage transit use, reduce housing costs, allow for more density and associated walkability, and increase equity. Yes, please. So I wholeheartedly endorse this proposal.
Excellent. I think we've heard from everybody on this. Staff, do you have any clarifying questions for us?
I do not at this point. No, I appreciate it.
Thank you. Okay. Now you have one more section, but I was going to say some of my colleagues need to take a quick stand up
Sure.
and a health break. So can we come back in 5 minutes? Good evening, Rockville. We are doing meeting number 20-25, and today is still August 4th, 2025. We hope to end this meeting before the day turns in the next few minutes here, but I just wanted to thank staff so much for walking us through the zoning ordinance rewrite. We are under agenda item 12A, fourth work session and zoning ordinance rewrite, uses, parking, planning, and work session updates on fast development review process recommendations. Holly, I will turn it back over to you. Thank you, Ms. Simmons.
Thank you again, Madam Mayor. So this is the final portion of the presentation before I turn it over to my colleague, John Foreman, to walk you all through some proposed process changes, but we did want to circle back on zone standards. Again, this was following the May 5th Mayor and Council work session and the May 28th Planning Commission work session on zones and zone standards. We have two minor changes that we wanted to propose to you all, and which we did include in the presentation for Planning Commission on May 28th. So we are wondering if you all support the following recommendations. The first one is to increase the base height in our mixed use neighborhood commercial zones from 45 feet with a bonus up to 65 feet to just 65 feet by right. We heard what Mayor and Council shared with us during the May 5th work session. There was a desire for increased density near bus rapid transit stations where possible. And the mixed use neighborhood commercial zone is the zone that we are proposing to be implemented, particularly along the Beers Mill corridor as recommended by the comprehensive plan in areas where the bus rapid transit is proposed. So that is our first proposal. We did present this to Planning Commission, and Planning Commission supported this recommendation. And the second is to slightly revise the proposal that we showed you related to the comprehensive map amendment to reflect the 95% designs for the bus rapid transit along the Beers Mill corridor, which we received right before that May 5th work session. So we took a little bit of time to go and analyze the changes. Specifically, there is a shift of a station which was previously proposed at Broadwood Drive and Beers Mill Road down to Twin Brook Parkway and Beers Mill Road. They're still proposing to retain stations at Edmonston and at Atlantic, which you're not really seeing highlighted here because that MXNC zoning is already in place. But based on this change in the 95% designs, we thought it was reasonable to shift the proposed rezoning to MXNC from here at Broadwood Drive down to Twin Brook Parkway. If you'll recall, there was no proposed rezoning in this area, and this area was MXNC. But we've basically proposed to keep the pattern that was established by the comprehensive plan in order to meet not the letter of what the comprehensive plan recommended, but certainly the intent. So that is it.
Do you want us to weigh in on this now, just to help you get through these sections?
If you would like to, yes.
Okay, all right, we can do that, yes. I will just say I support this, but I do have a question. I had asked about this during a previous work session, but there are some shopping centers. And so I'm curious as to what, in the same corridor, what are you doing to those heights?
So particularly, where'd my little pointer go? There it is. Is this the Twin Brook Shopping Center? I might be getting the name of this wrong, but in this area, it's already zoned for MXNC, that mixed use neighborhood commercial. So the height there would increase from 45 feet with a bonus up to 65 to just allowing 65 feet.
Okay, I have raised that in some cases. I think some of the neighborhood shopping centers should be allowed to go higher, but I just, that's my perspective, and I welcome feedback from my colleagues. Councilmember Valeri.
Of course, I'm going to weigh in on this one. I am fully supportive of this. I actually had hoped to see the RMD infill zone grow, because I think that it would, well, I think it's always a good thing and should be across the city. And if certain neighborhoods need to lead the way, then certain neighborhoods will lead the way. But, that is something that we haven't actually discussed, right? Like, it's been very kind of already baked in when the process began. And, when I've talked to individuals about expanding the infill zoning, I often point to my colleague, Councilmember Jackson's neighborhood as a great example of what happens when you maximize the ability to have a variety of housing. I think King Farm does that really well, and I think that we can have that across the city. So ideally, I would want to see RMD infill grow. I am fully supportive of this proposed change. I would be hopeful that similar recommendations would occur again in an equitable uh, way across the city as appropriate, right? So as we look at BRT on 355, it's not, one for one, because there, with some exceptions, when it's Hungerford, there is some places along Rockville Pike, you know, there's not a ton of people that live residentially on that main BRT route. Not to the extent to which I think um, it will on that we do on Deers Mill. So, I think that all this is a good proposal, of course. I would want to see RMD infill that area grow. And frankly, I kind of would hope to, and maybe this is another discussion point along the way. But something that kind of struck me as I was visiting some other jurisdictions is that they do have allowances for MXNC within straight residential zones. And it actually allows for the to bring back the opportunity for corner stores and places that would be truly walkable, that people could go, grab a gallon of milk or a coffee or whatever, which is currently not possible given our current zoning. So it's almost kind of, again, it's like kind of blending an old style of neighborhood community building with a greater opportunity for more people to live in these areas. And so I think those are my main points off the top of my head. And then overarching all of this is that I think there is still, again, given the high concentration of residential zoning and people living in single family homes along the stretch of Ears Mill, the BRT stretch, I think we still need to do a lot more education on assuaging concerns that these zoning changes will mean more than just a zoning change, that it will mean that the city will engage in eminent domain, and that, that their homes are at stake. And I've done all I can as an individual, but I think that doing some more outreach can't hurt. So hopefully that makes sense. And yeah, I absolutely support this recommendation, and I'd like to see again the same rationale being used here to increase the base height to then also be applied in similar areas in the city.
Two things. One is just to clarify, we are there. No one is taking anyone's land. It is giving people additional property rights. I just want to make that very, very clear to the listening public.
Yes.
So there's more flexibility in what someone can do with their property long term, but this is not forcing a change.
Exactly.
I wanted to just clarify, just again for the listening public, can you share what is the average height a number of floors for 45 feet versus 65 feet, 75 and 85, or at least the 45 and 65.
The rough estimate, 45 is about four stories or so, 4.5, 65, 6-ish, 6 to 7, 8, probably 8 to 9, or 80, I'm sorry, 85 would be 8 to 9.
Okay, thank you. And I would just say, Councilman Valeri, to your comment, allowing the shopping centers to be upzoned would be citywide potentially. So,
Yeah,
as
no, and I think it's a good thing for sure. And I know that, even going back to the old Twinburg neighborhood plan, there was always the thought, and I've spoken to staff about this, there was always the thought that there's two shopping centers, and you got the name of one of them right, Holly. So thumbs up on that. It's Twinbrook Shopping Center, very identifiable. And then there's Twinbrook Marketplace, which is on the opposite side of Veers Mill. And, the thought was always that they would turn into mixed use, that there would be a push for housing above and retail below. And, I'm hopeful as well in the future that that'll occur. But yes, I completely agree with the mayor there. And I'm glad that it will happen citywide. I'm always a little cautious whenever there's one thing, like with East Rockville and Lincoln Park, when we were talking about town center. Whatever we do in one neighborhood, we should do and have that same standard applied across the city.
Thank you. I am looking for hands. Is there anyone else who would like to speak? If you just support it and you want to put a thumbs up, that's fine too. No. Okay. All right. All right. You have your answer. Your support. I would like to see what staff thinks about the neighborhood shopping centers, though, at a future meeting.
All right, thank you all very much. With that, then I will hand it over to John Foreman to lead you through the rest of this work session. Thank you all.
Thank you, Holly. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Again, John Foreman, Development Services Manager. Bear with me while I share the screen here. Can you all see that? Great, thank you. Okay, so I will, given the hour, make this as brief as I possibly can. This is the outline that we'll be going over. We have 4 items we're requesting feedback on. We'll do a recap of those items. You've seen most of them before back in March when we were here previously with this item. At that meeting, the majority of mayor and council supported a couple of items, but were not yet comfortable with another couple and requested a couple things. They requested some additional information, which we provided, and we'll go through here in this presentation, as well as feedback from the Planning Commission, which we've also provided. And I did want to note Chair Espinosa from the Planning Commission was on. I believe he did have to drop off, though, unfortunately. So I wanted to thank him for his time tonight as well. So the 4 items we're specifically looking for feedback on are listed on the screen. I'm not going to read through them. They show several times in the presentation, so I'm going to move on. So really the need here tonight is we are looking to establish a development process that reflects the needs of the city and the mayor and council's priorities. And so what these are, we all know we're in a housing crisis. There's a shortage of especially low-cost rentals and entry-level housing. We're in a high-demand area, and these changes are really important to make projects more viable and to get them to market sooner, because that results in new housing for folks in the city. I'll note also that the changes are supported by the city's Housing and Community Development Department. Economic development is another key need. It's critical to have a more efficient process that, again, makes more projects financially viable and ultimately ends up creating jobs. I'll note as well that when we prepared these recommendations initially, we met with stakeholders, including Ready and the Chamber, who all had input on the recommendations and were supportive. Finally, it's important here when making these types of changes to have strong policy documents in place or in process, which Rockville is very fortunate to have with the Rockville 2040 plan, as well as the ongoing zoning ordinance rewrite. So the recommendations we're discussing tonight are streamlining the plan development amendment process, which you've actually seen before and a majority of the council already supported. However, we did make a change that I'll go over to that process. So we're bringing it back again for discussion and direction on that change. The other two, which the mayor and council weren't previously comfortable with, were allowing for site plans in certain zoning districts to be approved administratively, as well as allowing for site plans for certain types of developments to be approved administratively. And then finally, the fourth recommendation is a new one that came out of the discussion with the Planning Commission. This is a little bit different one. This is not a process change. The intent here is not to change the process. It's really a clarification and an improvement to administration by updating the residential area impact in the points table. I'll note that any of these changes would still allow for area meetings and public hearings before Planning Commission and for the PD amendment process through mayor and council.
Can I ask a clarifying question on that?
Yes, ma'am.
What you just said? So if there were administrative approvals, would there still be there would not be a public hearing for those processes?
If there's an administrative approval for a site plan, there would be a public notification as well as a public area meeting. So residents would receive notification of the application and have a public area meeting, but not a public hearing before a body.
Thank you.
So I'll start with the Planning Commission feedback. They had 2 meetings to discuss this topic, 2 work sessions just like this. Over those 2 work sessions, they had quite a bit of discussion about the need for these recommended changes. They did unanimously support all the recommendations. Some of the highlights from the discussion were recognizing the need to streamline process, again, reemphasizing the need for housing and economic development, as well as recognizing the need to be competitive with other jurisdictions' processes. And they noted, as I think we've noted as well, that having these administrative approvals for site plans depends on capable staff and strong codes in place. The concern they noted about administrative approvals for site plans was losing the human element that the Planning Commission brings to that part of the process. And staff is sympathetic to that and understands that concern. We'll just note in response, though, that as we just discussed, Madam Mayor, the public will continue to be notified of these applications, and not just notified. Staff is always available for any application, regardless of who the approving authority is, to meet with the public, to answer questions, to take comments, and to really work with folks throughout the process, not just at the formal area meeting, but at any point. We're available for that, and that is just a key part of our function and our role. So we understand the Planning Commission's concern about that. We share the priority that it means to work with the public and would take that responsibility seriously. Wanted to note some specific things from the Planning Commission. We talked about administrative approvals. I want to be real clear that the mayor and council's role in these changes would not change. So the mayor and council is currently the approval authority for project plans and plan development amendments, PD amendments. That would not change. So none of these changes would impact the projects that move forward to mayor and council approval. What would change were certain site plans that had previously been decided on upon by Planning Commission would in the future be able to be decided on by Chief of Zoning at a staff level. And we'll go into detail about what those are, but I just want to be very clear that nothing in here changes the Planning Commission's role in approving projects. Okay, so getting into the recommendations, the first recommendation, as I mentioned, is one that the mayor and council saw previously, which was to streamline the PD amendment process. Currently, there are multiple plan development zones throughout the city. Those go through and ultimately are decided on by the mayor and council. We, again, recommend that continue to be the case. Previously, when we shared this recommendation, there was a process that was somewhat different from the currently in place project plan process. And as we got into drafting the code and thinking about this more and working with the Planning Commission, we realized it really didn't make sense to have two separate processes. There's a new project plan process that's already been streamlined based on previous discussions with the mayor and council. And we think that process makes sense as well for the plan development amendment process. So what we're recommending is for those two processes to be the same. And really the only difference in the process before was the Planning Commission was not making a recommendation to mayor and council. And we really didn't think that that made sense once we really started to think about it. We wanted to have the Planning Commission to be able to provide their recommendation to the mayor and council so that you all have it, and so that Planning Commission has the opportunity to weigh in at the earliest stage. So this is the proposed process with the Planning Commission making a recommendation to you all. And then after the fact, the site plans would be eligible for administrative approval by the Chief of Zoning. And the rationale for that is the policy question's already been decided by you all with the Planning Commission's recommendation. And at that point, we are confirming that those plans that come in are consistent with what you all have approved. And so that's a more appropriate function for staff, and putting the Planning Commission up front earlier makes more sense. So recommendation 2 is moving on into the administrative site plans. So this recommendation is to designate certain mixed-use districts where site plans in those districts would be approved administratively. And this would only be in the most intense mixed-use districts, which are shown in the map. These are near existing transit and infrastructure, really where the city intends to grow. There's a caveat though, and we recommend that this only be applicable when these are not within 300 feet of a residential zone. And the Planning Commission had a discussion about this and recommended that we also consider other jurisdictions, because we do have, as you see on the map, some of these zones are at our boundaries. And so there was a thought that our neighbors in our neighboring jurisdictions should have the same rules apply to them as they would for our residents. So we concurred with that, and that would be part of the recommendation. The Planning Commission supported this recommendation on the June meeting. So I will continue on to recommendation 3, which is again for administrative site plan approvals. And there are 2 slides to this. The first is really getting to those city priorities that we mentioned earlier. This is for research and development, including life science uses in the MXE zone. So to allow for those to be administratively approved. And then the second part is dealing with housing. So a variety of different types of housing to be eligible for administrative site plan approval. This is really important for the smaller scale projects where they're really marginal, and time and additional expense to go to a commission is really can make or break the project. And so these are really important for those. And again, the Planning Commission supported this recommendation in June. This slide, all this demonstrates is that the process, whether it goes to Planning Commission or Chief of Zoning, is the same. Really, it's just a matter of who decides the case at the end. And so all that would really change in the process is who the decision maker is. Just noting that the same level of review for technical things such as stormwater, forestry, and life safety would occur in either scenario. Ultimately, it ends up with the same outcome, which is a site plan that implements the codes and requirements of the city. Currently, the process that we go through results in a site plan that goes to Planning Commission with generally little changes, a few changes at the meeting. Most of the things get worked out through the reviews. And then finally, as I noted, site plans near existing residential would remain Planning Commission decisions. And again, for transparency, I'll note too, we recommend for both these site plan, administrative site plans, that these administrative decisions be posted publicly. Recommendation 4 is a little bit different. This is the one that I mentioned that is really not about changing process at all, but improving administration. Within the code now, the way that a project is determined to be either a level 1 site plan for administrative review, a level 2 site plan for Planning Commission review, or a project plan for mayor and council review is based on a point system that's in the zoning ordinance. And this point system includes things like the size of the tract, how many residential units are created, how much commercial is in the project, and things like that. In reviewing the point system, we think it generally works well for differentiating the levels of projects. One area, though, that in evaluating it and discussing with the Planning Commission, we identified that could be improved is one of the categories in the table called residential area impact. And the reason for that is, as it is now, it's based on a fairly complex calculation. And it's not easy, it's not transparent, it's not clear what the points are going to be assessed until you run a fairly complex analysis. And it's also not an ideal way of assessing points, because the way it's calculated is based on the percentage of the area within a quarter mile that is single family residential. So as in the example on the right, because it's a quarter mile radius, you could have single family residential that's pretty far away and would still be assessed points even if it's across the railroad tracks and a metro station from a proposed development. So that's really secondary, though. The main intent is to improve the clarity in administration. So this is the proposed change. Currently, there's a escalating higher level of points given based on the increasing percentage of area that's within a quarter mile that's single unit detached residential. So that's what's on the top. That's the currently as in the code. What the proposal would be is to simplify that and use straight line calculations. So rather than using an area that's within a certain other area, just identifying if there's residential within 500, 100, confronting, or adjacent, with the points increasing based on the closeness of that residential. Not only is it more transparent, but it's also a more direct and clear line from increasing impacts to those residential properties. I'll note as well that we've slightly expanded what residential means in this case to include not just single unit detached, but also townhouse and multiplex to provide equity across those housing units. So moving on now, those are the recommendations. We have some additional information that the Planning Commission that the Mayor and Council requested at the previous meeting in March. The first was what are some examples of other jurisdictions where they're doing administrative approvals, either changing processes or doing things like this administratively? On our staff, we have several of us who have worked in other jurisdictions and other places where site plans are largely or completely administratively approved. So they have different regulatory frameworks, but the site plan piece is administratively approved in those locations like Virginia and Texas. Outside of that, there are a number of other jurisdictions where they're moving to expand administrative review. Michigan American Planning Association state chapter published a zoning reform toolkit that recommends that as a specific action item and provides 2 case studies where that's been done. And then finally, the 2 cities identified in California have recently delegated many projects from either council or planning commission to staff. Most recently, City of Santa Monica did so earlier this year. And there's more information about all these in the brief book. The second piece of information that the Mayor and Council requested was how would these changes have impacted previous cases here in Rockville? And so that's what this slide outlines is 4 site plans from the 10-year period from 2014 to 2024 of the level 2 site plans. So these were cases that went to the Planning Commission. How would they have been handled under the Fast 2 changes? So the minority of them, which is shown in blue on the kind of circle chart, would have remained level 2, while I believe it was out of 32, 25 would have changed to level 1 or administrative approval. So that's more than half would have changed over to administrative approval. Now I'll note, and this is really important to note, that 15 of these, so more than half of those, would have changed because of either a project plan or a PD amendment, which means that both the Planning Commission and Mayor and Council, in fact, would have reviewed those cases at the project plan stage. So even though there's a lot more administrative approvals, many of those would still have been reviewed and acted on by the Mayor and Council. So it's actually not as many as it might appear. Another important thing to note is recommendation 4, which is changes to the residential area impact, had no impact on the level of review of any cases. And again, to reemphasize, none of the proposed changes had any impact on which projects were subject to mayor and council approval. So with that, we're looking for mayor and council's feedback on the 4 items, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. If we could take the same approach of going back to the sections so that we can have the details and be able to recall the recommendations. Okay. So the big change here is we're combining the 2 area meetings into one post. And I think we kind of covered this in our last meeting, and the mayor and council was supportive of this. And then we would be moving the briefings and then moving to the recommendation. So I just want to see if anyone has questions on this. Okay, I'm just looking here. I'm not seeing any hands. So why don't we just do you all support this? Councilmember Van Grack, if you can give us a thumbs up. And
I can't find the thing, but yes, I support.
okay. And Councilmember Valeri, you're off my screen. You gave a thumbs up? Perfect. Okay. I think we've moved to recommendation 1. Councilmember Van Grack, are you raising your hand? Or was just that was a thumbs up from the last one?
Nope, just thumbs up.
Okay. You found the button. Okay. So this one is more of a major change. Can you just do a quick review on this one?
I sure can. This is a recommendation to allow certain mixed-use districts to have site plans to be approved administratively, where now they go to the Planning Commission for approval. And these would only be in the most intense mixed-use zones and only when not within 300 feet of a residential zone. And so that's what's generally reflected on the map, is where those areas are.
So this impacts the Planning Commission, but not the mayor and council.
Correct. And the Planning Commission supported this recommendation.
Okay. And right now, can you just remind us on what the mayor and council's role is on these?
On these, the mayor and council currently has no role. The Planning Commission is the ultimate decider on the level 2 site plans.
Okay. And they were, the Planning Commission was supportive of this?
Yes, they unanimously supported it.
Okay. Perfect. And the projects themselves that are going up would eventually come to mayor and council?
These projects currently do not come to mayor and council for level 2 site plan, and they are not proposed to.
Got it. Okay. All right, colleagues, any questions on this? Councilmember Valeri.
I just had a question on the second little bullet there. Only when not within 300 feet of a residential zone, including other jurisdictions, which I appreciate. What was the determination? How did you come to decide on 300 feet? What was kind of the thought process behind that number?
Yeah, thank you, council member. That's a good question. We looked at a couple things. Generally, as a rule of thumb, you want to try and get the number that ensures that you're not going to rule out all the projects. The number can't be too big, or the buffer expands and you really don't make any projects eligible. But you also want to make sure that you set an appropriate distance that those people who are within that area are likely to be impacted. And so that was the kind of balance we were looking for there. I believe we also looked at another section of the zoning ordinance where we use that 300 feet currently for our minor amendments to commercial development. So it's an existing standard that we feel like we could apply more broadly to these areas. And I'll note too that the 300 feet really only determines what's eligible for administrative approval. It doesn't impact any other standards or anything like that. It just means that if you're within that, you go to the planning commission.
Gotcha. Because I'm trying to sorry, my eyesight is like super, super bad. I can zoom in though. I was kind of trying to figure out, so what had one of the previous developments that came before this mayor and council and many mayor and council, 900 Rockville Pike, that would be outside of 300 feet of a residential zone, if I'm not mistaken.
I don't know the distance to the residential zone for 900 Rockville
I think
Pike.
so.
That one actually
I
was
think
a
it
planned
might be.
development, and that was a very, very unique case.
Yes.
That would still come to the mayor and council because it was a planned development amendment, but it's one of the, maybe
Gotcha.
the only one that small like that we have. So I would caution against using that one as a kind of one to go by because it was very unique.
Yeah, no, and no doubt it was definitely unique. I just wanted to kind of get a sense of like proximity when we're talking about 300 feet. I know other people can think of that and instantly give a like distance to that. Takes me a little longer to put that together in my brain. So I really appreciate it though, Mr. Foreman. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Would the planning commission still be notified about these projects?
We would require public notice, just as we do now. I don't think we've gone to the level of detail of looking at, would the planning commission have a notification sent directly to them? I can't remember offhand. We absolutely could include that though. That could be part of the notice provision. I know we have similar notice requirements for other bodies and things. So even if not though, I would anticipate we would provide regular reports to the planning commission on an ongoing basis about the applications received, the results of those applications, those kinds of things.
I would just like to see if we're notifying the public, just notifying the planning commission as well as part of that, just so that they know what's coming through holistically. Not that you give, adding a step or increasing the time frame, but it just including them in that notification. Because public notice can be, we posted it to the website, right? In some cases, or, so I wanted to think that through. Councilmember Larry.
I would want to add to that again, just as, hey, this is coming through, not intended to be a step in the process, the inclusion of RBAC and RPAC on that kind of notification list as well. I want to in some way codify that because I think that their knowledge and expertise only grows by kind of knowing what is happening on the planning department level.
Okay, all right. I don't see any more hands. I'm just doing a final check. So I'm gonna ask for people to weigh in if you support this. Okay, and then are you also supportive of the team notifying the planning commission as they notify the public? Okay, all right.
Madam Mayor, with the inclusion of who I also noted.
Sure. Okay. Do you have any questions or clarification needed?
I do not, thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, let's go to 3.
And so remember, this has 2 slides. So this is additional administrative site plan approval for certain types of projects, with the first being research and development in the MXE zone. And I'll briefly flip to it. The next being these residential types of projects noted here.
Okay, so this would be moving. So let me ask a question. Whole buildings would go up without it coming to the mayor and council in these categories?
Yes. For these, for instance, in the MXE zone, if there were a new life science business or a life science building, that could be built, yes, under administrative approval. And then the same would be true of these housing types.
Let me ask a question. For 900 Rockville Pike, I know you said not a good example, but when they wanted to extend the time, like that's the kind of thing I don't think needs to come, my opinion, to us. And then also like the town center with the apartments going on the bottom level, it's already a built out structure. They're just adding some additional units. That's the kind of thing I don't necessarily think needs to come to us. How would we make that kind of thing happen?
So that's another really good question. Separate from all these recommendations, some of the drafting work we're doing through the zoning ordinance rewrite is addressing those things. We're looking at extending the validity period or basically pushing out the expiration of some of the projects. The timeframes are really quick, and especially for larger projects, we've seen extensions come in, and so we feel like having longer time before they expire will be helpful for that. For the example of the town center having the change of use on the ground floor, because those are planned development amendments, those would still come through the mayor and council, but where we have those, we do our best with conditions and how the application's set up to allow flexibility. So I think those two things with extending the implementation period and not having them expire so quickly, as well as kind of thinking forward with projects like that and allowing for things to be flexible when we can through the approval process can handle that.
Okay, all right. Councilmember Larry.
Sorry, I could have probably combined these two questions, but I was waiting for this slide in particular. Earlier in the presentation, you gave a couple examples of jurisdictions that have moved toward administrative approval for various plan developments and so forth. Do you have, and again, I can take my answer offline. I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but I would be really interested in seeing their experience and how much it sped up the process. Like, are we talking it made a significant enough of a difference in them being able to get new housing on board? Then also too, I want to make sure that I think one of the examples you gave was Texas, and just wanted to note that there are some cities within Texas that don't have traditional zoning, like Houston doesn't. So I wanted to just make sure we're looking at good data, that there's an increased efficiency that is causing a positive speeding up of the process, and that we're comparing apples to apples, because some jurisdictions have much funkier zoning laws than we do.
So I will try not to talk for too long on this because I could go on. This is something we've really been working on a lot, and I have a lot of thoughts on. Also, try and keep it short. Unfortunately it's never apples to apples when you're comparing jurisdictions. It's always apples to oranges, and you have to kind of pick out the pieces of the fruit that make sense to compare. And I'm sorry, that's a really clumsy analogy, but no two cities have the same processes, and so we really have to kind of look at pieces of it. And so. That's a challenge with benchmarking. We've been working through trying to benchmark for different processes with this fast process, and it's been a lot more challenging than I anticipated for that reason. Regarding the examples from earlier in the presentation, a lot of the push for administrative approval specifically for housing is fairly recent because of the housing crisis. And I was really surprised not to find the question that you just posed a lot of data on it. I had some of our staff look. We really wanted to find some good information and good data. If anybody's a planner or an academic out there that wants a research topic, it's right there. Somebody should do it. So what we pulled together was what we're able to find. Now, lastly, I can speak from experience from Texas, having worked there. I didn't work in Houston where they don't have zoning. I worked in a very fast-growing small city called San Marcos, where we did administrative site plan approvals. And I will say the process was different because we did zoning changes a lot. We don't do that here because state law is different. So there was a lot of decision-making happening at the zoning stage, which the advantage of that is it's more high level. It's really like, is this use appropriate here or not? and it's not at the level of detail that a site plan is at. And so you get the public process done early where you make the decision to build the apartment complex or the grocery store or whatever, and then the details get worked out at site plan. And that really did work. I mean, staff is capable of administering a code where there's objective standards and it's not a discretionary decision. So that functioned well. And so I can say we're comparing something similar in the fact that the stuff that we're proposing for administrative approval here is stuff where we don't feel like there's a lot of discretion needed for housing projects or smaller projects, or areas like in this other example, in MXE zone, where it's not really surrounded by any different zoning categories or incompatible uses or anything like that. And the city's got a stated goal and desire to have life science research and development type. The policy questions are answered, and we're really just making sure it meets all the codes and requirements at the site plan. So that was the goal in trying to put this together. And I don't think I
Yeah.
talked for too long.
Thank you.
No, you didn't. And thank you. We can always have an offline conversation more. I am familiar with that small town that you came from too. So we can compare notes. Thank you, Mr. Foreman.
Absolutely.
Thank you. I will go. I don't see hands up just yet, but I do support the life science piece, as you noted. It's not generally, it's in its own space, and I appreciate staff's recommendation here. I know we've made some zoning changes recently on the life science area, so I support that. With the other slide, I'm not quite there yet. I think in hearing through some of the projects, we have been able to advocate for some important things for our residents. And so I'm not quite there and totally not all these projects not coming to mayor and council. Because I've heard my colleagues give some really good feedback that improved the projects over time. Councilmember Jackson.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. And I won't belabor the point, but I agree. I associate myself with your comments.
Thank you. Councilman Van Grack.
And I was just saying that I fully agree. I think this is the right direction that we need to be going. And I really appreciate the staff's work on this.
Can you clarify with what you agree with? Both parts, one part?
No, I agree with all of these zoning adjustments. I think it's what we need, the direction we need to be going.
Thank you. Okay, Councilmember Fulton.
I also agree with all of these adjustments. I think we need to be making these kinds of changes, streamlining and trusting the professionals where we can, and making sure the zoning ordinance up front has what we want it to say, trusting the professionals to execute on it, and getting things done as fast as possible. You guys have done a great job here, so I fully support this. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Shaw.
I do want to echo my colleagues and thank the staff on this, and I support what the staff is recommending here and streamlining our process and making it more efficient.
Thank you. Councilmember Valeri.
I've been on the struggle bus on this one a little bit because while I want to get more housing up and running and approve all the things, I do have concerns with the approval process. And while I can completely appreciate having watched the planning staff in action, some if not all, for a while now before I got elected. I know what a challenge it was in previous bodies. So I also see that this would make more sense given the tenor of how some of the conversations used to go. Having said that, I also agree with the mayor that I've seen some very positive things be adjusted on the site plan level as well, given that viewpoint. I have also seen it kind of tanked as well. So this is where my challenge is, right? I don't want to do an overcorrection based on previous experiences when this is the body before us. And that, future policy is a little bit more, recognizes more that we're in an actual housing crisis. I don't know that if that was as clear cut and prioritized before this body, but I might be a little biased to that. So feel like I need to think through this a little bit more. I'm going to very tentatively with the caveat that I'm still struggling, having seen both sides of the scales on this one. Um, with that caveat saying I could not support this except for the non-residential to residential conversions, because I think that that's kind of a like for like, but I'm very challenged by this part. I have to share with my colleagues.
Thank you. Dr. Miles.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I support staff's recommendations on this. That's all.
Excellent. Thank you very much. All right. Staff, do you have any clarification questions for us?
I don't believe I do. Thank you. We'll move to recommendation 4, which was the change to the residential area impact in the point system. Again, not a process change or not intended to be a process change. Really more of a clarification and improvement for transparency and administration, which is reflected here on the table.
Okay. Colleagues, any questions on this? Councilman Valeri.
So, Mr. Foreman, so this is another example of kind of shifting more to the actual uh, residential, like giving it very particular distances as opposed to um, these percentages.
Yes, that's correct. So currently on top, there's a percentage of area within a quarter mile, which requires someone to first draw the quarter mile buffer that you see on the map here, and then calculate the percentage of the area that's within that buffer. So it's a two-step GIS analysis, basically, that a layperson generally can't do without assistance. And more than that, when a project comes in and asks, what's my points? We say, well, you have to calculate this for us to know. Or if neighbors ask, what's the point total? What's this process going to be? We don't know until we run the calculation. So it's not transparent. That's the biggest issue with it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's you're right. It is very complex in that regard. You know, I absolutely appreciate more transparency and making it more clear too. Paperwork Reduction Act, clear language sort of initiatives. I'm a big fan of, because it makes it easier for people to kind of understand what is occurring. I will say that it should be, especially for residential development, which I believe we're looking at 1818 Chapman, unless I'm mistaken. It should actually be existing residential area impact if we're bringing in new housing, because that would be residential as well. Other than that, I think it's great.
I don't have any questions and I'm fine with this. Want to see if anyone else has questions. This is not giving up authority, it's just a rating system, right?
That's correct. It's clarifying and I guess modifying how the points are total that determines the level of review, that we really don't believe will have much impact on the ultimate level of review. I want to be clear, it could for a very marginal case, but again, we ran the analysis over 10 years and it didn't impact any of those cases. So I think the functional impact of this on whether something's a level 1 or a level 2 is really minimal or unlikely. It's more about being able to look at the criteria and say, is the residential within 500 feet, yes or no, and then figuring out the points based on that rather than doing a complex analysis.
Excellent. Colleagues, I'm not seeing any hands up, so let's do thumbs up if you support. Councilmember Valeri. I don't see you. Okay, and I see you now. Councilmember Shaw, your thumbs. Okay, perfect. Do you have any questions for us on this one?
I don't. Thank you all. That is all I have for you this evening.
Okay, just colleagues, any final questions or comments? I have one that I did not mention related to bike parking. I apologize that I missed that earlier. There is a comment about sort of not allowing bike parking in certain areas, and so I just wanted to flag that. Making sure that RBAC specifically is involved. I do want to make sure that people can accessibly park their bikes and move on. So that was sidewalks at parking facility entrances. So I wanted to just flag that area of concern. These will establish an area within no structures may be constructed or located.
On that point, Madam Mayor, and I appreciate, especially as RPAC has heard from actually the chair of Transportation Mobility Commission, how many times she has been struck by a car as she goes down the sidewalk, somebody exiting a parking structure. I would also want to see, and maybe there is a way to kind of thread the needle for a similar regulation as for retail entrances as well. I think that those historically have also been challenging for pedestrians. So any place that there is an entrance or an exit from a primarily retail space, that similar things could be applied there as well.
Excellent, thank you. Will staff be able to share these things with RPAC and RBAC just to get feedback that relate to pedestrian safety and some of the Vision Zero elements?
Yep, we'll be able to do that.
Okay, thank you. And then one thing is, it's my understanding with the approval changes that, for instance, the 140 unit Comstock property would not come back to us, or that kind of property would not come back to us. Is that right? Since that's more than 20% affordable.
That one is within a plan development, so it's a PD amendment. So despite the fact that it's not subject to the level 2, remember we said anything that comes to mayor and council now would continue to come to mayor and council. So anything that's a PD amendment like that would still come before you all.
But if it had come in the future, would it still be coming to mayor and council?
As a plan development amendment, yes. If it's in the PD zone, if that were outside of a PD zone and an MX zone, similar project, potentially not, if it met one of those criteria from earlier.
Excellent, thank you. I know that some projects we've advocated for, like tot lots and green features and thinking about quality of life, that, you know, I know some of my colleagues have made some really good comments on. I just want to make sure that that continues. That's the goal, and where my comments are coming from. So, okay, well, I think we are done. Oh, Dr. Miles.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think you bring up great comments about the historic ability for mayor and council to weigh in and make some, I think, substantive contributions to the point you raised regarding parks and tot lots. It's a balance. I mean, I think we all agree as a body that we want to facilitate and make it easier for projects to come on board. To what extent can we continue to emphasize our importance and desire for those parks? I don't know how to thread that needle. I am certainly mindful of the need, though, to kind of expedite projects. I just want to put my 2 cents out. I haven't really. I guess if I had to lean one way versus another, I'd probably lean towards housing. The idea to see to what extent we can help in a way that's to be determined to increase our ability, or the city's ability, or make it known our desire to have those parks. But I just wanted to know, I heard you on that point. It's a great one.
Absolutely. Thank you, Councilmember. And similar to the Planning Commission, I want to make sure if there are changes like that, the mayor and council is notified of, just like with the public. We're notified of major projects coming along. In general, it would be great to get more information on how a project is proceeding, because sometimes it comes to us or not. And it's like, where is that thing? How are we doing? I would love to be able to get more of a pulse on how we're doing on housing, meeting our goals and expediting. And, once, is a project going to take 3 years versus 2 versus 1? I think that a lot of us have an interest to see things come online. Okay. Mr. Mihalik, do you have anything else to add?
I do not, Mayor. We got really clear directions tonight. We appreciate it.
Okay, I would love to just also have some thought on like how mayor and council can see how that progresses, how projects progress as we, experiment on this journey together, so that we are just getting more information about this is actually moving and coming soon, or something is occurring and there's a stoppage.
Yeah, we can do that. The only thing to keep in mind too is there are times, whether it's financing or supply chain or some other reason, where a developer builder may slow down a project, stop a project on their very own accord without any modification of our process. But we'll do our best to continue to up those projects with all of you. Thank you, Mayor.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Okay, so now we're moving on to mock agenda. I just wanted to note a conversation from our leadership planning team meeting this morning. So there is some travel happening and on the 8th, and just to create some wiggle room, I know that our city clerk was looking at potentially adjusting the timing for the proclamations and recognitions and maybe moving that to the 15th. So I just wanted to see if the city clerk wanted to speak to that, or Mr. Mihalik.
I could speak to it quickly. We'll just move all the proclamations from the first meeting in September to the 2nd. And then the other thing we were thinking about, just for clarity, is if it's okay with others, I know it's somewhat difficult, just to start the council meeting on the 8th at 7 p.m., just to make sure in case there's any travel delays. Is that okay with everybody?
I'm seeing yeses. Okay. I know we're getting late in hours.
Yeah.
Also,
okay.
we had.
We'll adjust.
Sorry. Also, we had our drop-in schedule for the September 15th, so we can move that to the 29th. And that way, if we start at 5:30 for the proclamations on the 15th, they'll have enough time for drop-in and then into the meeting.
Thank you, Sarah. I really appreciate that. And on that meeting, we're covering a public hearing for the CDBG block grant, election code update, and Vision Zero progress update. So thank you very much for planning ahead. And I know just from LPT, some of us have requested election materials a little earlier, given there's a holiday and then there's the sister city travel. Okay, old new business. Excellent. Do we have a motion to adjourn?
I move to adjourn.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
Second.
Councilmember Jackson seconds. All those in favor, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
All right. Thank you, everyone.
Aye.
Thanks, everybody.
Bye.
Bye.